So now recently this Honorable President Sir has issued one order, which I am sure, I hope all of you have seen that, gone through it. Basically the issue is question of law, because question of law comes to President or Vice President to decide. So therefore this order has been issued. It says that all, this is order number 3, those of you who have not seen, please see this. And now benches are, making the sitting according to this order, which has been implemented, all the benches. Order number 3 upon GST Principal Bench 2026, dated 14th May 26. It says that all pending matters and future filings, they will be listed before a division bench. It will be listed first. Then division bench will do the, will listen to the case, and if there is a question of law which is heard by DB. Now if there is no question of law, it will record reasons and place before the President or the Vice President for appropriate orders. Okay. So if the amount is less than 50 lakhs and there is no question of law, the matter goes to the single bench. Otherwise, division bench continues to hear the case. So, and to see how to go about, 3 categories have been created: category 1, category 2, category 3. So category 1 has 12 entries, category 2 has 16 entries, and category 3 has 8 entries. So category 1 is basically, cases which involve classification, ITC, tax liability, supply, fraud, 73, 74 cases. Then you have category 2, like registration, refund, assessment, section 76 cases, tax not paid. Then category 3, these are basically seizure, penalty or rectification. Basically 3 is closely related to the cases which are coming from 1 and 2. There could be a link of the 2. That is why the order itself says that whichever category it is coming through, that bench will decide the case. Okay. So then issue comes, what is question of law? This is being asked by a lot of association, bars, state bodies to the representation which we have received. Again, with the rider that this is what my understanding or with whomsoever I have discussed the understanding is, there could be a difference definitely. But what is the question of law? Interpretation of act, rules, notification, circulars broadly come to the question of law. Legal test, suppression, intermediary, whether it is intermediary or not, composites, whether it's a composite supply or not, export of services, consideration, valuation, jurisdiction, competence, whether he is a proper officer to issue the order, proper officer to issue the show cause notice, limitation as law, extended period validity, then procedural legality, natural justice, non-speaking order, cross-examination denied, then wrong legal principle applied, binding precedent which has been totally ignored by the first appellate authority. Then, of course, classification disputes, interpretation of tariff entries, or whether exemption is available or not, exemption notification. Then, of course, question of fact. This could be a simple cases like physical movement of goods, like you have e-way bill. E-way bill is not issued, or e-way bill doesn't have proper entries, whether services were actually rendered, whether invoices are genuine, payment was made, whether recipient exists. We have fake GST cases, a lot of cases are there. So then arithmetic, like for example, credit computation, mismatch, there's a mismatch between 1 and 3B, reconciliation, 2A, 3B cases are there in many numbers. So credibility of witnesses, I am not saying if this is linked to the, whether some law point, there could be always mix of the two, law and fact. This is only my understanding of what purely factual can be. But there could be always mix of the two. So you are raising one issue, but the issue is linked to the other. Now you say this thing, but whether credit was admissible 16 to C, 16 to D, so like that. So those could be linked cases. Of course, if there is a question of law, even one question of law, it will not be pure question of fact. So filing your appeal, timelines and pre-deposit, 3 months for APL 05-1121, 6 months for the departmental appeal, APL 07, section 1123. And this period is condonable by 3 months. Condonable sufficient cause, again very important. When you file the appeal and your time has crossed, please give the sufficient cause. Don't just put it and say that I request that delay be condoned. Give a cause, sufficient cause that yes, it happened because of this reason. Then 30 days is there for filing of reply and documents by the respondents, Rule 36 of the GST procedure rules. Then 45 days, the law itself 1125 provides that a reply in APL 06, memorandum of cross objections, can be filed by the respondent, and this will be deemed to be treated as an appeal file. So pre-deposit requirements 1128 of the CGST Act. Taxpayer appeal, I am sure most of, all of you rather, know this. I am just kind of reiterating it, you can say that. Maybe we'll discuss these issues when we actually come to panel discussion, or when we actually come to this, what kind of issues are there with, there are huge issues. If you ask me, pre-deposit, people have confusions, whether I have already, during the investigation, I have filed papers, then I have uploaded the DRC 03. There are advisories issued by the CBIC also regarding tagging DRC 03 with DRC 03A. So all those issues are there. I'm just quickly running through so that I want those issues to be taken up when we actually do the filing part. So taxpayer appeal, the law says that pre-deposit is in full part of amount of tax, interest, fine, fee and penalty arising from the impugned order which is admitted, which you have admitted in full you pay. Then the word is and, not comma or, it is and 10% of the remaining amount of tax in dispute in addition to the amount paid under section 1076. That means when you went to the first appellate authority, you paid the amount. This is in addition to what you paid at the first appellate authority. Then again, some issues coming, sir, I have paid, whether I can adjust, or at the first appellate authority, whether I should take the refund first and then again file. So those issues are coming. So probably some, as I mentioned, some we are also trying our best to give some kind of FAQs, or so that those can be clarified. Then department appeal, of course, there is a cap of maximum 20 crores for tax each. No cap for only penalty cases. There is no, sorry. And if there is an order, or a show cause was only for penalty, an order was confirmed. So if there is an order demanding penalty only, 10% of the said penalty, but there is no cap for any penalty cases. Proviso doesn't provide for any cap. Department appeal for GSTAT, no pre-deposit required for the department. Of course, CBIC has issued that monetary limit circular. Only cases beyond 20 lakhs you have to file. Of course, there are some exceptions are there. Then again, I mentioned earlier, stay of recovery, 1129, automatically stayed. Then there is a court fee structures. Again, very important while you file your appeal or restoration, 1,000 for every rupees 1 lakh of tax or ITs involved, or amount of fine, fee or penalty determined in the order appealed against. So again, some questions coming. The word is or, so it is tax or fine or penalty. So I'm just plainly reading the law at the moment. Maybe we can discuss. minimum fee, though I would like to convey my understanding, it is probably tax or ITC. And if the case doesn't involve, then minimum fee rupees 5,000. I think court fee it is combined. Am I right? It's total of everything. Sorry. So I stand corrected. The advantage of having experts sitting right across you. Minimum fee is rupees 5,000. Maximum fee is rupees 25,000. Order not involving tax, interest, fine, penalty 5,000. Interlocutory application 5,000. Inspection of records 5,000 per inspection. Again, some issues are coming. Who should be the respondent? So many people are asking this question, but it's actually Rule 33 is very clear. You know, by default, if you are appellant, then commissioner is the respondent. There are people asking, sir, whether adjudicating officer, the ACDC is the respondent. And I have seen in Delhi bench only, there are appeals where respondent is shown as additional commissioner or assistant commissioner. And in many cases, people are even asking whether first appellate authority is the respondent. So the law is clear. Your respondent in the case of government is commissioner, jurisdictional commissioner, whether CGST or SGST. And appeal application filed by the department, it is a respondent taxpayer. Then again, there is some issue regarding Rule 18(3), regarding how many appeals to be filed. If there is a, there can be different scenario, whether single SCN, single OIO, multiple SCN, single IO, single OIA. So like this, the Rule 18(3), please go through it. I will request, it's very clear. The rule is very clear on that, how many appeals are required to be filed. Then electronic filing and processing of appeal, Rule 115, GST procedure rule. Again, very important rule, please go through it. It says about electronic filing of appeals and applications, scrutiny and processing electronically, notices, communication, and summons. Again, recently we had a case in Delhi bench only regarding, to the department. We tried to convey it through portal, there were then email also. Then finally, we have also sent through the registered AD also. Replies and documents, conduct of proceedings, summary of the final order, conduct of hearing. So I'll quickly come to now what kind of errors we are seeing, while the scrutinizing these documents. One is, of course, related to wrong pre-deposit calculation. There are errors in calculation. Then wrong jurisdiction, again I am saying very important, please fill your jurisdiction correctly. And also try to, category also, please pick up category correctly. Many cases we are saying, even recently I saw one case in which the category picked up was that erstwhile law. That case is, so like this, please tell your staff or people who are actually filing, pick up the category also. Now it will be very important with this order. Because ultimately registry has to list before the respective bench. Should they go into the entire issue and see then which bench I have to list? So if you fill up the category correctly, so it will be important. Then miscalculate deadlines, of course, I have already mentioned 3 months, condonable by 3 months. So those deadlines are very important. Then documentation is not complete. Missing certified copies of the order, no authorization documents, index mismatch is there. Then PDF scan, technical errors are there. Then multiple GST, and of course, like I mentioned, that confusion is there. Then fee calculation, court fee calculation errors are there. Then another important area is checklist. When you done everything, there is a checklist. Typically happens is yes. So I would request that if you can have a second person doing the checklist, because that will help you, because the person who is filling is a typical tendency. So one way to look at it is, why to have a checklist? Now I have uploaded everything, done everything, now you are asking me to go through all these 20. This is only for your own benefit, I can say. Because this finally reminds you, anything is missed, anything you have missed to upload. Of course, I do feel, like we were discussing yesterday, probably we can relook into whether we can reduce the checklist or we can combine some of the entries in the checklist, because there are too many. So we will definitely look into that. Last 2-3 days we have done the demonstration, so we are going through it. There are some repetitions and there are some conflicting also, like color scan, we say with gray, this thing. So like this, there are issues, I could say, but at the moment we are not, like President Sir has said, that we are not touching any much, because 30th is very close. Anything to do with now will unnecessarily create portal issues. As 30th goes, we will definitely sit and try to resolve, make it more and more user-friendly and easier to file. Then, of course, I would say the registry checklist is there. All documents compiled and certified. File all pending appeals well before 30th. Jurisdiction, please verify pre-deposit, court fees, representative authorization documents. Then technical requirements are there. Scan 300 DPI, bookmark, size within the limit. You must be knowing now that size has been increased. From 20 MB, it has been made 50 MB. And of course, NIC is there. They will be illustrating what kind of changes have come recently. Vivek is there. He will be mentioning that. And number of pages have also been increased to 250 now. So those, that will help in filing. So during filing, also check whether the accurate data is there, correct document upload, checklist review completed, generate the preview review before acknowledgement submitted. Then after filing, again very important, I would say, monitor portal regularly by notices, for notices and defect memos. We have been repeating with the government particularly now, because we found that there were issues that officer who are actually to represent, they are not, regularly monitoring. Or so it is very important. Like I remember as a DC or as additional commissioner, the board has made it virtually monitor to go and check the cause list in the high courts everywhere. So every day we have to monitor that. In either my jurisdiction, some cases coming up in the high court. So this is important. Respond to the defect memos promptly. This is again important. We have noticed in the Delhi bench, we are sending the notices, but for removing the defects, people are not coming. And many people started coming only when the PH was given. Then everybody started coming, when the registrar court, she issued the PH memo. Then people came, we discussed, we explained to them issues which they are facing. We have been able to sort out all the cases. Prepare for hearings and written submissions early. Track case status and cause list updates. So if quickly coming to the GST AP portal, how the entire procedure works is that you register on the portal. We will go through the registration part. Then file appeal APL 05 or APL 07. Pay the pre-deposit via Bharat Kosh payment or directly through online. You can pay. Upload documents and submit. GST and digital documents need not be certified. Documents should be scanned in A4 size, 300 DPI in PDF format. And like I mentioned, each file should be under 50 MB to 50 pages. Then there is appeal registration. Nodal officer verifies. This part, again, some issue we are trying to resolve. It's whether it is actually going to the nodal officer or not. Because by default, 7 days entry, the appeals were coming to us. So but the flow process does mention that nodal officer will check the jurisdiction. Then registry after the defect removal, if any, registers appeal, status updates via SMS or email. Then of course there is a virtual or physical hearing. Member access full case record digitally, order digitally signed. So as we mentioned, it's a completely digital tribunal. You can 24/7, you can do the filing. Whether you are in the office, you are at home. Justice Mayank Jain sir has been telling me the daughter is even whole night she is sitting till 1 o'clock and filing. So that is the beauty, I would say, of this digital portal, that it gives you 24/7 filing. GST and integration is there, auto-populated APL. If you are selecting air and CRN available, automatically it is populating to your appeal. No manual re-entry is required. There's a digital cost list is getting generated, auto-generated daily with the real-time case status dashboard. And there are virtual hearing, hybrid facility. It saves, of course, a lot of travel cost. This is the basically homepage. As I mentioned that we will be discussing in detail when we file. I will not waste time on here. You log in. I just kept some slide. This is the main slide, which you all know that it gives you the order details, basic details, case details, appellant details, add respondent, add representative. You have to give the demand order details. And then finally, checklist is there. I mentioned, again, very, very important, checklist. Then court fees you have to pay, and final preview and submit. So you have this receipt get generated. This is a checklist. I just mentioned a slide, but it is in detail. So to make GST a success, like Honorable President Sir mentioned that GSTAT stands for G for growth, S for speed, T for transparency, A for accountability, and T for technology driven. When the GSTAT portal was launched. Of course, to make it a huge success, GSTAT, there are expectations from the bench, there are expectations from the bar, from the CAs, from the tax professionals. So from the bench side, I say that well-reasoned orders, consistent with the precedent, independence, transparency, and impartiality, address all material issues, avoid mechanical conclusion, disposal within 1 year, the law itself provides, as far as possible, of course. There are a lot of now judgments on the indirect side, but whether 1 year is mandatory or as far as, what is the meaning of as far as possible. Then order has to be pronounced within 30 days, focused hearing, structured arguments, effective use of e-filing, virtual hearing, and like President Sir has mentioned, absolutely paperless. That is our endeavor, to make it absolutely paperless. Sir has already given the example of two cases. One first case, of course, and then second case which involved 6, all absolutely paperless. Then from the tax professionals, clarity and precision in the arguments, avoid frivolous grounds and interlocutory misuse, substantiate claims with the legal authority, mastery over facts, proper compilation, structure concise submissions to the bench. Then, of course, I'll say GST law is evolving. We have to work together. So, vision and aim, we want to build a strong appellate mechanism that instills trust in litigants, justice that is swift and fair. Then, our aim is also to build a futuristic, dynamic, digital GSTAT portal, which is highly user-friendly. And I'm sure with an excellent team of NIC and GSTN here, I have seen, sir, GSTN when it was launched and when we used to go for outreach, out of 10 questions, 8 questions used to be on the GSTN issue. I was in Mumbai that time and Pune. So, but now it has, look at the way, it's a world-class model for everybody to follow. The success of GST and the GSTN has been, I mean, though of course, initially teething troubles were there. Everybody was saying there are teething trouble, but how beautifully they have managed. And look at the data. I think nowhere in the world probably that kind of data is being handled, which is being handled by GSTN. So I'm sure, sir, like GSTN, GSTAT also will be one of the role models for everybody in the future. So we will also try to effectively use the AI in the working of benches, of course, within the legal framework. And we have been seeing recently cases where Honorable Supreme Courts and High Courts are mentioning how AI is being, just routinely used, even mentioning orders which are not existing. So we will use this within the legal framework and guidelines which are set up by the government or by the Honorable Supreme Court or the High Courts. We will work within that frame, and we will definitely try to use more and more effective use of the AI. Then one of the biggest problems we are facing at this moment is legacy cases. How to handle legacy, huge amount of legacy which is coming. So some kind of strategy is required. I'll just broadly outline which can be used as bunching of appeals on common issues. There are many times we have seen there are common issues. If we can bunch those cases and list together, that will help. I have myself, I'm not just give an example. I was joined as Commissioner of Appeals in Mumbai 3. A lot of cases were there, same notification, same this thing. So I tried to combine, I could pass by bunching large number of orders because of this technique, by picking up cases. Of course, customs slightly easier because bill of entry is there. So if the same issue is there, you can combine. But here also the same technique can be used. Then we can deploy more single member benches. Like I mentioned, it will be a faster, this thing, like every bench has 4 members. So if individually also they can sit as a single member bench and they can dispose cases faster. Then common issues in the state benches. Suppose, let us say Mumbai bench has decided one case on their deliberatively decided. It will be easier for the other benches to pick up. Like this issue is already decided. So we don't have to really, unless we really have difference or strong difference with that order. So we can take it as a base and quickly decide the other matters which are pending with us. Then covered cases, of course, very easy to dispose. Already High Court judgments are there, or Supreme Court cases are judgments, or principal bench has already decided the matter on some matter. So early hearings where amounts are high, normally typically happens in the government that we keep on filing early hearing applications. All pressure comes on the officers that please cases involving more than 5 crore, 10 crore, you file early. So the revenue involved is high, plus the advantage is that in those high revenue cases, there's a lot of discussion, debate, you have a big team coming over there. So if that cases can be disposed, easier cases can be disposed early. Then of course, most important again will be bench bar cooperation. And by bar means, I mean CAs, the tax professionals, all of you, and of course the authorized representatives. We can, bench can regularly sit and see how disposal can be more faster. How, from their feedback, you can give us feedback. They said this is how this bench can dispose the cases faster. So that will be tremendous help. And with that, I think we will be really able to ensure that GST becomes a real dream, like we imagined it to be a success. So with your cooperation and your help and the guidance of our Honorable President, sir, and the principal bench will be able to do. With that, I'll finish. Thank you very much. My ID is there, so any queries, any question, we definitely will take. And we have a question answer session, sir.
We'll take the tea break.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for an informative session. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to kindly proceed and join us for tea. Please reassemble in the auditorium as the next session will commence shortly.
इसको एसडीएम से इनको समझा दो थोड़ा सा चेंजेस अपना लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग को
Good afternoon and please come. Let us resume. We are already running late. LRs, please go get the delegates.
Right, sir. Welcome back. We now move to one of the most important sessions of the workshop, the presentation and demonstration of the GST 80 e-filing system. This session will provide participants with a practical understanding of the portal, its features, and the process of filing appeals electronically before the tribunal. May I invite Shri Vivek Chandel, Project Manager, NIC, and Ms. Anugya Jain, Chartered Accountant and Advocate, Senior Associate with Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys, to demonstrate the live e-filing system. We look forward to understand the practical aspects of e-filing. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to Honorable President, respected judicial and technical members from across all the benches, respected HOD sir, and Tuli sir. So, since the inception and the launch of our portal from 24th September 2025, they've evolved a lot more in the last few months. And today, what can we say is the efficient and seamless. The filing system is so strong and efficient that any person who has done filing 2 or 3 times previously can do any appeal filed within 15 to 20 minutes, and which we are going to demonstrate today, that how this efficient system works across. Before showing the live filing session, I'll tell you a bit nuances about the e-filing and our portal of GST 80. Before you start filing of your appeal, there are a lot of other things available to educate yourself to know about the filing process, and if there any issue occurs, you can definitely reach to the help desk. So we have 24/7 call support desk from the day one since the portal has been launched. There are user manuals, there are video tutorials on the portal and on the YouTube also. There are advisories for multiple aspects. There are FAQs, which shows a lot of other different aspects of the appeal filing. So any appeal you file on GST 80 portal consists 3 main things. One thing is the documents you upload on the portal. Second is the payments, the 2 types of payments you made on the portal, the court fee and the pre-deposit. And third thing is the information you fill on the 8 tab across the forms. So all 3 things, what kind of information which is required, and what is the best way to fill all these things, the document wise, the payment wise, and the information wise, which we are going to provide on the portal for a very efficient appeal filing within 15 to 20 minutes. We will discuss a bit one by one. The first pillar is the documents. What is the required document and what are the optional documents? As per a presidential order given by Honorable President, only few required documents are there. to establish the whole chain of this, starting from the show cause notice, order in original, and order in appeal, which establishes the whole chain before filing against the in tribunal Appeal 05 in case of taxpayer. Apart from that, the statement of fact and grounds of appeal are also the important information which you need to provide along with your appeal. And apart from these documents, other documents are optional just to support and strengthen your case, like a self-calculation sheet in case you differ. Suppose you have ARN CRN, you are filing the appeal, and the demand table which comes and the numbers you are seeing there, if you differ, you can upload your own self-calculation sheet, which is optional. Payment proof of the document, if you have made the offline payments, then the payment proof from the Bharat Kosh, you can upload it here. Authorization, both resolutions, and anything else which strengthen your case. The rules for the document is, document must below 50 MB, 250 pages, and in the file name there must be no special character before uploading, just to make ensure of it. And each document must be digitally signed. We have 3 options to digitally sign the document. You can sign the document in offline mode on your system. You can use NIC-DSC utility provided by the portal, and you can sign it there. And third is Aadhaar-based e-sign. If you don't have a physical DSC token, you can also use Aadhaar-based e-sign system. The next is the payment. 2 payments, the court fee and the pre-deposit. Court fee calculation also given as an advisory on the portal. You can see there are various scenarios of the calculation of court fee. Along with that, the pre-deposit, which have been deposited on the GST portal. And very specific thing about the pre-deposit is, whenever you pay your voluntary pre-deposit with DRC-03, make sure you connect it with your demand via filing DRC-03A. We are seeing many and daily wise these such scenarios that people are asking that we have paid the amount in the GST portal, it's visible in their ledger, but it is not being considered as pre-deposit when they are filing the appeal. So DRC-03A connectivity is very important. And the calculation of pre-deposit, as per shown by the portal, if you see the amount of pre-deposit which portal asks you to submit, and if you differ with that, you can upload your own self-calculation sheet. Next and last thing is the information. The whole 8 to 9 tabs where you put all type of information over there. There are 5 main categories where we will discuss about it. The identify the dispute. To identify the dispute, there is order detail, basic detail, and case detail. These 3 tabs, the information you provide over there shows the what type of dispute, what are you filing against, what was the scenario, what was the case in appellate authority, in adjudicating authority. Second is identify the parties. 3 tabs are there, appellant, respondent, and representative, where you assign the parties, who is the appellant, who is the respondent, who is the representatives. Then third is identify the money. You can say what is the dispute. The demand details given in various text boxes available over there. It confirms what was your admitted amount, what is your disputed amount, against the whole table available for that. Attach and confirm the document upload tab, where I upload all the required documents and optional documents also, and digitally signing them. Then pay and sign. Finally, you make your court fee payment. And in the final page, you will see the final preview of your Appeal 05. And you will download it, sign it, and final submit it. And your Appeal 05 is finally submitted. So on screen today, what we are going to show is, Ms. Anugya here will show you the whole information tab filing, document upload, and the whole process. Over to you, Ms. Anugya.
Let's start with the filing process. You can visit the URL efiling.gstat.gov.in. Enter your user credentials and fill in the captcha that is available.
click on continue. There's a disclaimer that comes that you have understood why you are filing the appeal, under what provisions you are filing the appeal. You can click to agree to continue further. Go to the appellant corner, filing, appeal filing for creation of new case. There are two modes through which you can file the appeal. One is where the AR and CRN is available, the other where AR and CRN is not available. Based on whether your officer has uploaded the order on the GST portal or not, you can click on confirm. Fill in the details of the order that you are assailing before the tribunal, number of the order, name of the party who's assailing the order. Select the order type. So this can be selected basis the annexure that is notified with APL 05. And it will also have ramification on the category of case that you're eventually going to select going forward. So select the authority who's passed the order, name of the officer who's passed the order, the designation, date of such APL 04 or order in appeal that you are assailing, date when it was served to you, details of the original order that was challenged before the first appellate authority, the number of such order, date of such order, and the period involved in the present proceedings. If the order is already uploaded by the officer on the GST portal, all these details you don't need to fill in, these will be auto-populated and linked to your ARN. Upload the copy of order in appeal. Make sure the order is certified and click on confirm to proceed further. Select the statute under which you are filing the appeal. If your demand involves central and state tax, click on CGST and SGST. If it involves integrated tax as well, click on IGST. In case it also involves cess demand, then you can click on cess. The provisions, the specific sections are auto-populated. Then this is a very specific question, an important question. Linked to serial number 7 of APL 05. Basis this, your appeal will be filed at whichever bench you select. If you select the option as yes, whether you want to file the appeal before principal bench, then the appeal will be filed with principal bench New Delhi. Otherwise, it will go to the respective state bench. So make sure that you are very clear when you are selecting this option. Select the jurisdiction of the authority who's passed the order, whether it is state matter or center matter. Then the commissionerate. Then you select whether it is a common adjudication order. In case of investigation proceedings, it mostly happens that DGGI would pass the order, and then numerous GSTINs or numerous places would be tagged along and the order would be passed commonly. As the case may be, you can select yes or no. Select the authority who's passed the order in appeal and parentage. This is an optional field. You can, if you choose to give the details of your holding company, then you can give. Otherwise, it's completely optional and you can proceed without putting anything here. Next is case details. Give a brief summary of the grounds that you want to take in the appeal. Let's say ITC is not ineligible, or the order is non-speaking. The relief that you are claiming, that order be set aside, demand be set aside. A brief description of the issue involved in the case. Let's say denial of ITC under Section 16 of the CGST Act. Category of case, again, this is from the Annexure B to the notified APL 05. You can accordingly select the serial number. There are 38 categories, basis which the case will be allocated to respective benches within the state bench and principal bench. Select the section. If there is a corresponding rule to your provision, you can select that specific rule. If not, then you can simply select others and move on. The amount involved, let's say 1 lakh rupees. And if there are multiple issues, you can also add category of a few more cases if you wish to. Otherwise, if only one issue is involved, you can just put one case and then proceed further. Next, we are moving on to case summary. So again, this is determined basis the Annexure B option that you select the order type, and you can accordingly select the case category. Let's say my case relates to short payment of tax, and as per adjudicating authority, the demand that was quantified was 1 lakh. Again, which was determined by the appellate authority is again 1 lakh. Now these two fields are something that is my stand before the tribunal, whether I want to accept, whether I want to contest. So as per stand before the tribunal, maybe I would say that the demand is not maintainable. And the claim that I present before the tribunal is that the demand be dropped. You can also input any value, maybe 0 and 0, or you can just put some text explaining your stand. Thereafter, we move on to the appellant details, which is Annexure D of the APL 05. If you are a person, if you're filing the appeal in the individual capacity, you can give your PAN details. In case you are a company, you can give your corporate identification number, which is issued by ROC. The constitution of business, whether you are a private limited company, proprietorship, LLP, or or an individual. Statute under which it is incorporated. If you are a person, obviously it will not be relevant, but still, since it's a mandatory field, you can just write not applicable. Date of commencement of business is the date of incorporation of your company, not the date when you actually registered with GST department. So as per your certificate of incorporation, you can feed in this detail. The address, you have to mention both the registered address as well as the address of the principal place of business. So as the case may be, you can fill in. The nature of business in a very brief, whether you are a pharmaceutical company, a service provider, and any other relevant fact that you want to highlight, maybe just put in your GST number or anything, and if not, then you can just simply write not applicable and move on. Thereafter, we move on to statement of facts, which is Annexure E to your APL 05. You have to chronologically put in the details of notices or orders that were issued and your replies that you were filed or the appeal that you had filed. In a case where it is a demand order, it is suggested to start from SCN proceedings and not from the audit proceedings or pre-SCN stage proceedings. In case it is a refund matter, you may start from your refund application filed in RFD 01. So just select the authority who has issued such document, date of such order, and a brief description that shows what that particular document relates to. You can add more fields depending upon the number of events that you have in your particular case. You can also add your reply that you would have filed, and then we can click on save and move on next. Make sure that you keep clicking on save and next to save the data, otherwise in 30 minutes the portal will log out and all the data that you would have put will vanish. Next is appellant details. Just verify whether the email ID and the mobile number is correct, because these two fields are where the communication would be addressed to by GST. Click on save and then click on next. Select the respondent. So based on the order that you would have uploaded or tagged to your case, one respondent will be automatically appearing. You cannot edit it, you cannot delete it. You although have to put in another respondent. The name is optional, you can just write commissioner here. Designation, because respondent will always be commissioner as per rule 33. Click on the office, the commissionerate. That's it. Contact number and email ID is optional. If you know, you can put in. If you want to refer to Sampark, then you can refer to Sampark. Otherwise, you can just leave it blank and move on. The respondents would be appearing in the list, and then you can click on next. Now, regarding the representative, you have an option either to declare such representative at the time of filing the appeal, or you can also come back later and add such representative. You can also argue your case in person, so the portal provides you the facility of selecting in person also. Just type 3 letters INP and you can select in person. If you want to add another authorized representative, say a CA or a lawyer, make sure they are registered on the portal. Then only their name would be appearing here and you can select, otherwise you cannot. Click on next. This is the place where the entire demand that has been confirmed in the APL 04 would be reported. If it is a digital order, then it will be automatically reflecting, and you just have to verify and submit the details. Otherwise, you will have to manually put in the details. Let's say the demand confirmed is 1 lakh rupees at each stage. Just save the details, confirm. This is the details that you admit and dispute. If you are admitting something, just report the number here, otherwise dispute the entire demand. You can only select the admitted amount, you can only edit the admitted amount, sorry. You cannot change anything in the disputed column. Anything you do with the admitted column will have ramification in the disputed column. So, save and next. Now comes the pre-deposit. In case you have already made the pre-deposit through GSTN portal, you can just click you can click no and click on save. The details will be tagged from the GSTN portal to GSTAT portal. In case you have paid any tax through DRC03 during investigation proceedings, or because your order is not digitized over GST portal and therefore you have paid through DRC03, you can click on yes. Just claim the exemption as 100 because you're not paying as per what the portal demands you, and then click on save. In this case, you will have to mandatorily upload a calculation sheet stating why you are not paying the auto-populated pre-deposit amount. Now click on save and next. This interface will integrate the payment from GSTN portal, and if there is any less payment, it will highlight that such amount has not been paid. If it is paid in full, it will also highlight that the payment has been done. You can proceed. Click on save and next. Now comes the document uploading tab. Make sure that you have all the documents as per the requirement given by GSTAT, like it has to be 50 MB file, less than 250 pages, not more than. It has to be grayscale and 300 DPI. Click on close. As of now, the mandatory documents that are to be uploaded with the appeal is appeal, Wakalatnama, impugned order, payment receipt, in case the payment of court fee is made offline, show cause notice, and order in original. In case you dispute the pre-deposit amount that is auto-populated, again, a self-calculation sheet will also be required. So just quickly we'll upload the documents. Make sure your file does not have any special character, otherwise it will not take that document. All the documents that you have uploaded will be reflected, so you can ensure that whatever you wanted to put has been given. So in case you are left with any mandatory document, it will give you a pop-up when you will click on next. Otherwise, it will allow you to move forward and come to the checklist. So in checklist, if you select any answer as no, then you have to give a remark that why are you not complying with that particular requirement. Otherwise, you can select yes or not applicable as per your case. You can quickly go through the 29 questions and accordingly decide whether the answer is yes or no or not applicable, as the case may be. Any special fact you want to bring to the knowledge of the registry, you can just use this field to give in your comments. Click on Save and Next to proceed further. It will ask you now for the court fee payment details. You can either pay it online through Bharat Kosh at the time of filing appeal, or you can also make the payment earlier before you start with the filing and then just give a reference of that challan. The amount involved. It will automatically tell you how much is the amount of court fee based on the amount of dispute that you would have uploaded in the demand details tab. So you can accordingly just give the reference. Bank name and branch name will be auto-populated as Bharat Kosh. State is not a mandatory field, so you can skip it. Click on Save and Continue. You can now go for a final submit. You can verify the auto-populated details that have come in the APL 05. This is based on whatever data you have given since the inception from till this point of time. If there is any wrong field, you can go back, edit, and then just take a print of this document, download PDF. Affix another digital signature on this. And upload this file. Click on refresh because it takes a little bit of time. Then just final submit. Your appeal will be submitted. There will again be a declaration that you have not falsified any records. Click on yes. Another provisional acknowledgement will be generated in APL 02A.
So, as you saw, it's been a few minutes since she started filing, and within few minutes it came with a provisional acknowledgement APL 02A Part A. As she's a learned professional and she has done maybe 20 or 30 filings so far.
You can
So-
take one or two questions.
Sure, sir.
We'll start. Let me ask the first question. Jan, how many cases actually we have filed? 12 to?
15.
And how difficult it is to file?
Provided I have all the documents with me. It is a smooth process and the client is cooperating and giving me the digitally signed files on time. Only a 30 to 45 minutes process.
So what I am saying is not incorrect.
No.
Thank you. Reassured.
Can we add more than one professional if someone is, they have to add the authorized representative
Yes.
to appear before the next?
You can add multiple.
Option to add more than one?
Yes, you can.
And if more than one is added, it will go to the tab of both of them.
Sure. So I would be telling you better.
What about the exact?
More than one professional is added.
Right.
Then who will be notified about for the president? Number one or four?
Both, sir. Both will be notified.
So he would say thank you and let us start the next session because we are
एक ही है क्या और नहीं है दो बोले थे ना
So before we go into the next session of question answers, we are going into Q&A session. Sure, sir. We are going into Q&A session just now.
Thank you for the insightful presentation and live demonstration. I am sure the participants have gained a clearer understanding of the practical aspects of the e-filing mechanism. We shall now move to the panel discussion featuring eminent experts from the fields of taxation, law, industry, and administration. I welcome the moderator of the panel discussion, Srimati Sangeeta Sharma, Technical Member, GST Appellate Tribunal, Ghaziabad Bench. And our distinguished panelists, Shri Bimal Jain, Advocate and Founder A to Z Corps LLP, Ms. Aanchal Kapoor, a Chartered Accountant and Advocate having more than 13 years of experience in taxation, a renowned GST expert. She has addressed more than 700 sessions across India. Shri Ajay Kumar Arora, Taxation Honda Cars India Limited, to kindly share the perspectives and experiences on the subject. Thank you.
Honorable President, sir, dignitaries, NIC, and all stakeholders who are present here in great numbers and with great domain expertise, good afternoon. The GST regime has been conceived as a technology-driven tax system, and so accordingly it is natural that the GST Appellate Tribunal should also embrace technology-enabled dispute resolution. We have been given a comprehensive overview in the foregoing sessions today of the GST-AT e-filing system. We acknowledge that the move towards e-filing is not merely an administrative change. It involves all stakeholders, and this raises important questions regarding access to justice, procedural efficiency, digital readiness of taxpayers and professionals, authenticity and management of electronic records, as well as transparency and predictability in appellate proceedings, among other things. Today's discussion seeks to examine how this move towards e-filing of appeals to the various benches of GSTAT can genuinely improve the taxpayer experience while maintaining procedural fairness and legal robustness. To begin with, it may be useful to note that the GST litigation often involves large volumes of documentary evidence, multi-jurisdictional disputes, tight statutory timelines, and significant compliance costs. An effective e-filing ecosystem has a potential to reduce these burdens considerably. At the same time, practical implementation challenges must be acknowledged and worked upon by all stakeholders. So this session is today dedicated to the views of the stakeholders. We have Mr. Bimal Jain, who is a known advocate. We have Aanchal, who is Aanchal, who is a chartered accountant, and Mr. Ajay Arora, who is from the industry, Honda Cars. And we welcome them all and also welcome their views. As the President has said, that this is the most meaningful part of our discussion because here is where our learning will begin. So the flow of the discussion will be such that I would request Mr. Bimal Jain to take the questions for about 10 minutes. This is what we have worked out, 10 minutes for each speaker. Then Aanchal, and then Ajayji, and then we will throw the floor open for all the discussion. So if we have half an hour of their views, and then we have 10-15 minutes of discussion, we should be able to wrap it up within the time frame. So Bimalji, for just a few set of questions for you, and I'm sure you will have enough to say. So would you like me to just give a small summary, or would you like me to intercede in between?
Per your convenience, ma'am.
Okay. So since you have years and years of domain understanding of the legal perspective, let's hear what are your understanding of the top 3 advantages of the e-filing system before the GSTAT in the legacy physical system. Let us hear what you say. Would you like to come here and speak, or would you like to speak?
I think that is better,
Okay,
if you
okay.
allow me.
So, yeah, sure. And I would also like you to touch upon factors like whether the e-filing strengthens access to justice by reducing geographical barriers. This is a very big question because we are in Delhi where everything works very well. I am from Ghaziabad. Some things work, some things don't work is what I have been told. So geographical barriers are very important for access to e-filing. I've already touched upon the voluminous records. So do you think that we can, what do you think is, through your experience, what is it that we can incorporate into our system to deal with the e-filing? Volumes. Because NIC has told us, and Rajiv has also told us about the increase in the MB size, about the number of pages, so 50 MB, 250 pages. What is it that you actually have to say about these number of pages? What are the safeguards that you think, in your understanding, can be further built into the system to make sure that efficient justice is provided to you. So these are a few questions. Over to you for 10 minutes, and we would love to hear your viewpoints.
I must compliment our Honorable President initiative to see success of GST 80. Sir, let me assure you, being professional, we are doing outreach program and building up capacity also. And we would be party to your initiative. I will make sure Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. But Sabka Prayas, that is the theme of today's workshop. Unless we all try, we will not be able to succeed. So let's try, join hands together. And whenever we start new, we may have some teething problem. And that's what we have learned in GST, and we have seen GST and network. But nevertheless, first question was 3 advantage and success of GST 80. GST 80 is a, I can say, single national electronic platform which is being created for e-filing. It is allowing you to file appeal, application, cross-objection, notices are being issued, orders are being issued, all through electronic mode, digitization mode. So A to Z, digitization. Having said that, even GST 80 procedure rules also mandating that whatever we are going to do on GST 80 portal, it would be through digital and electronic mode. Be it appeal filing by taxpayer, by respondent, cross-objection, interlocutory application, everything. And this is now creating e-filing with authenticated DSC or Aadhaar e-signature. You're creating immutable audit trail of documents. So no physical. And what is the advantage we are getting out of it? See, any kind of physical filing, and that to vary from one registry to another registry, create the fragmentation. But having 31 state benches, 1 principal bench, 45 location, all unified system of e-filing is the great success going to be when we see that everything is coming out common to all of us together from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. And that was the theme of GST. So this GST 80 has really created on that feature. So I feel GST 80 has got 3 biggest advantages. Having said that, now I'm being asked that e-filing, how it is strengthening the justice. Look at, I may be in remote area. I may not be able to file physical file. But if online portal access is being given to me, I can file appeal from any corner, starting with the filing of appeal. Second, any defect is being raised, it can be responded through a platform, online platform. And even hearing, virtual hearing, so you need not require to travel to the bench. Sitting at your location, you can do pan-India virtual hearing, and that is a greater advantage when we see the justice is being given. When we look at Article 14, Article 21, and Article 39A to the Constitution of India. Now, when I am saying so, voluminous records, of course, we were talking and saying and representing. A committee is being formed, committee sitting regularly and doing the improvement day by day. We have seen initially court fees. First we have to pay court fees, then only we can proceed further. It is being done away with. I'm just telling you, Honorable President is taking keen interest to make sure that things are happening for all of us together. The individual file with 20 MB, 100 pages, now 50 MB and 250 pages. So they are increasing the size of individual PDF file also. These are all giving indication that even voluminous records, they are trying to create backup that can be filed on GST 80 portal. Having said that, certain risk and safeguard. When I'm talking about risk and safeguard, we can highlight number of pointers that are not risk. But as I'm saying that we are starting, we may be having our observation to say that. Now, what are the things which I want to draw your attention? And important for all of us together, that the portal downtime.
Yes, 16,500 appeal has been filed, but we know around 4 lakh plus appeal need to be filed. Last date is 30th June 2026. Do we have data analysis of downtime? When everyone comes along, of course, Honorable President is saying to all of us together and saying for a long, please file your appeal, don't wait for the last date. But we have seen last date is the crunch, whether income tax or GSTN portal, it may happen to GST-80 portal. So how much capacity we have on a day, particular day, that maximum appeal can be filed. And then if we are having that capacity readiness, then we can work out alternative mechanism also. Now when I'm saying downtime, this downtime, there's a failed upload. Yes, we have seen the uploading was very smooth now, but we are sitting in a different part of the country. Internet is not available. So uploading is getting failed, and repeatedly it is being tried. So what is the mechanism created? If my upload gets failed, how it is going to be checked? Whether log sheet is being created, user registration wise, so that we can cross-check he has tried on so-and-so date with so-and-so timing, but got failed. So maybe when upload is getting failed, he is not able to process further. We have to create some exception. I'm not saying that except manual, but it is transition time period. We are all experiencing this transition from manual to digitization. So maybe some exception given for the manual, and it is important for SME sector, small taxpayer. They might not be well fluent. They might not be having learned professional. How they are going to prepare their appeal and file the appeal? When I'm saying checklist has got 29 points. Just one example I'm picking up, and I'm saying what the technical member, respected technical member pinpointed, gray scanning versus color scanning. That the checklist is saying color 1, but gray is being accepted. I must admire and appreciate Honorable President vision and wisdom that he has relaxed. He has said that only substantial issue should be raised as a defect, not the procedural one. The curable one should not be raised. But what I'm finding the contradiction, that contradiction of your checklist versus the portal access and uploading is available. Having said that, now last day is 30th June 2026. We have seen 16,500. 4 lakh plus appeal need to be filed. From a taxpayer perspective, being advocate, what we are getting, and we are getting their question, is there going to be extension of date? But having said that, GST provision saying that it is a jurisdictional issue, cannot be increased, and rightly so, we have to try out now. Then only we can see the success of GST 80. Having said that, I'm picking up 3-4 more important pointers, sir. Penalty order, 100% penalty order. Department confirming like 300 crore, 400 crore under section 122, subsection 1A of CGST Act. Now, if I have to make pre-deposit, then 10% pre-deposit at first appellate authority, in addition 10% before GST 80. And there's no capping. Another problem, he has to pay through e-cash ledger. There's no e-credit ledger. Such penalty order existing in our system. If 300 crore rupees disputed penalty, 10% pre-deposit, 30 crore on an employee of a company, how he will come forward? Of course, this point not for GST 80, is a point for the policy makers. They have to provide some, because you got capping for the disputed tax, 40 crore. But you're not having any capping for the penalty. So maybe law is not synced as we are expecting. Now coming back to the another pointer, sir, you wanted me to quote section and rule invoked in the impugned OIO. But challenge which we are facing, sometime my order is vague. No specific section and rules are being stated. Which section I should pick up? And that is the reason we find ambiguity in terms of the topic involved in the impugned order versus topic ticked by the taxpayer. Coming back to the next point, sir, when we talk about the documentation, when we are submitting the documentation on a portal, ARN, CRN available, we can fetch all the data through GSTN network. But still you want us to submit the self-attested copy when ARN, CRN available. I'm only requesting, sir, when ARN, CRN available, why can't we get it integrated, GSTN and GST-80? Fetch all the document. Uploading time will come down and your heavier process will go down. I'm just suggesting in terms of each. President, sir, my submission, if I'm saying something, it is only the observation and feedback. I must appreciate you're willing. You're willing to listen our voice. That's the reason I'm coming out. These are the things needed to see the improvisation. Now, when I'm saying so, sir, multiple OIO but single OIA. I need to file multiple appeal, but portal, when I'm putting my OIA number, then subsequent appeal is not going unless I put #1, #2, which is artificial. So this is all via media we have adopted. So what I'm telling here, that there are things which we can definitely discuss, going back to my certain risk areas, which is again an important one. Risk number 1, what about the data confidentiality, which is one of the factors which companies are looking into. Next, I'm talking about when we talk about SME, we need to find some ways and means for the timing, transition time period, maybe manual submission. Next, I will look at some kind of seva kendra should be made at each bench. They should be sitting at the bench and supporting the taxpayer for filing the appeal. Maybe small taxpayer might not be knowing. He will go with the relevant documentation and that seva kendra will help. Of course, he have created help desk and other stuff, but this seva kendra will be pivotal when we talk about hand-holding, capacity building. And these kind of outreach program, not only from a government perspective, it is responsibility for all of us together that we should take the initiative, we should communicate to the taxpayer, make taxpayer aware of it. Last minute challenges, they should not come back to us. So client must come forward at this point of time. And with these words, summarized words, because 10 minutes given to me, I thought this are the point I can present before Honorable President. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vimalji. I'm sure we have a lot to say, so I thank you for keeping the time. Aanchal, over to you as a professional. I am sure you have filed a number of appeals and you will have a lot to say as well. She has already told me many issues are on top of her mind. I would like you to look at what is it that, what features do you consider the portal should provide to facilitate, further facilitate your filing and review of all your records and stuff like that? And should the portal permit filing of additional evidence electronically after institution of appeals? This has been an issue which has been brought out. What lessons can be drawn by you? Of course, the GST portal is unique in its way, but could you look at the other courts if you have experience beyond the GST 80? What is it, the filing experience in the other courts would you like us to incorporate into the tribunal? And what do you think could be, how do you think we can train our professionals further into this, to induct them into the fold of the tribunal e-filing? So over to you, Aanchal, and yeah, you have your allotted 10 minutes. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. So थोड़ा सा मोबाइल छोड़ के थोड़ा सा हम बातें कर लें. Are you all ready? So first of all, thank you note for the GSTN, for GST Appellate Tribunal, for the President sir and the entire team for making me part of this elite program and an opportunity to meet all of you in presence of the dignitary sitting on the dais and off the dais. So straightforward, because I have 10 minutes to go. Sir, President sir, first of all, I would like to address the most powerful thing which I got from you today is the Josh. So when he was speaking, I could see that zeal of going ahead and doing it. And this is what we all need. And you know, I come across a document of the meeting which happened and which was released on 10th of June. Sir, it shows GSTAT listens. Somewhere, because those points which we have been making, sir, मेरी तो थोड़ी PPT भी खराब हो गई क्योंकि जो anomalies लिखी थी in the proposed 10th June meeting, many anomalies have been covered and been asked to be removed. Like, I will be starting from where sir has left. First of all, I think so GSTAT deserves a huge round of applause because being the first online tribunal from scratch till end. Can we have a clap, please? That's right. And it's hosted on sovereign ICT infrastructure of Government of India. So coming to the pointers issue, the madam posted me certain questions, starting with the first one. As what my co-panelist Bimalji has mentioned, yes, the logistic cost, the bots are a stationary cost coming from the another zip code. All those are the benefits which flow from the e-filing. Despite that, I think so, जो हमसे क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है मेरे केस का क्या स्टेटस है, what is the status of my case? So now just put an ARN, just put an ARN and everything is right on your tip from the beginning till end. And as sir rightly mentioned, even एक PH, सर अभी भी फर्स्ट एपेलेट लेवल पर भी या एजुकेशन लेवल पे भी हमें इश्यूज आ रहे हैं, कोई डॉक्यूमेंट ऑफलाइन आता है, कोई डॉक्यूमेंट ऑनलाइन आता है. सो दिस इज अ वेरी वेलकम मूव वेयर यू हैव मेंशन्ड दैट फ्रॉम बिगिनिंग टिल एंड इवन अ लेटर विल बी इशूड ऑन द ऑनलाइन मोड. Right now, coming towards the next is, yes, discipline through what we say design. A portal gives us a criteria, beginning से end तक क्या करना है. Me doing that, also doing the same, sir doing that, will also doing the same. So it gives you a standard format which is possible in e-filing, and I think so those who have practiced excise earlier must be understanding the difficulties in GST is much less, only the base is broadened. So that is why we feel the difficulties all more. So now ma'am, coming towards the points that you mentioned, what portal changes we want. Of course, the size, which you have already mentioned, not to slice your document into smaller parts, but yes, we can now upload 50 MB documents, but along with that, sir, filing you made online, hearings you made in hybrid mode, most welcome, but we also want that the member should be given a proper screen backups there for hearing. When the council says, sir, please check, or ma'am, please check the page number, my lords, please come to page number so and so. So what we call is OCR, optical character recognition. You just do the control F, you can go to that page. So smart screens, many tribunals, I have attended 1 or 2 tribunals, hearings where the screens are there, the documents are displayed on the screen, arbitral tribunals. So directly the members can also resort to the same. So OCR and what we call auto-indexing, when you say go to this page number, you can touch and let the hearing be also high-tech. जब हम सब AI सीख रहे हैं and GST is taking us towards that, see, there is no harm according to me going for the AIs. We all must learn, but make it your servant, not your boss. This is what I feel like. And further, pull through GST, and Bimal Jain sir has also mentioned, we want certain linkage. Even while demonstrating today, madam mentioned about registration date. Sir, मेरे client का registration date अगर तो company है, I must be having. If it is a proprietorship concern, उसको बोलते हैं मुझे नहीं पता जी. तो अल्टीमेटली मुझे 2017 ही डालनी पड़ती है क्योंकि जन्म उन सब टैक्स पेयर का 2017 में ही हुआ है. So these are certain, if these informations are being fetched from the portal, that will become a little easier. And sir, as to the cost also, I personally felt one experience, I shared it with Mishra sir also, with madam also. Sir, my client had only 7,50,000 refund, directly covered by the circular. Still, the benefit not given. I'm not commenting upon that as from this forum, but it had 10 OIOs. And I had to file 10 appeals with a single OIA. The appellate authority combined those 10 and made one OIA, but the rule 18, sub-rule 2 says you have to file the multiple appeals for multiple OIOs. Now imagine the cost, sir. I first of all called the party and said for a 7.50 lakh refund, which you may or may not be getting. but you have to give me a check of 50,000, not my professional fee, sir, but the court fee. 5,000 minimum court fee for every application, sir. So that way, that is the cost which is embedded, other than, abhi to adjournment ka bhi hai, but I have read 10th June document that the adjournment and all will be kept out of the preview of the court fee, and which was actually the need of the hour. Madam posted a question as to Rule 45, additional evidence. Let me touch upon that. And ma'am, the answer unequivocally is affirmative. Sir, in GST, many of us must have witnessed, I see all the tax professionals sitting here, many ex-parte orders are there. The people that could not get to know कि orders have been passed. And in that situation, they could not furnish any document. And we want GSTAT to be a run-through rather than a bottleneck, sir. So we want the members concerned to kindly consider the additional evidences with a little leniency in order to provide justice to the taxpayer rather than creating a bottleneck for the taxpayer in that aspect, to align Rule 45 and 112 and to make it a little more viable for the initial years, of course keeping it under the law, but with a little more leniency. Now coming towards the next question which ma'am asked, I hope I do not forget any. Yes, beta phase testing. And sir, I must appreciate, whenever I have called NIC or the helpline portal, they were able to understand my query. I think so. Making the right person sit at the helpline desk sorts your purpose. So my humble request, whenever you recruit any person, this 18-2 issue, which sir also highlighted, I did it for my appeals. I filed 10 refund appeals. I explained the issue to them that 18.2 is saying to file me multiple appeals, your portal is not allowing that. They actually said to me, we will not close your query, we will address it, keep it open, because it is something which is going against the rule. So there are many other glitches. When you see 29 checklist, sir, यहाँ पे तो बहुत जल्दी file हो गई थी, but actually it takes lots of toll on you. Am I right? Let me be a little true to that. So when you read those pointers, my staff comes to me and says, ये क्या है? And sir, yes, place of supply, a very massive issue. Sir ने बहुत point out किया कि bench कौन सा. I am also very particular when we select the benches. A detailed list as per area has been given by, already published by GSTAT. But sir, place of supply issues, we as the councils, as a persons who are filing, need to understand that all disputes where IGST and CGST is disputed is even not place of supply. In some clerical issues, sir, department instead of raising the demand in C or S has raised the demand in IGST. You will not call it a place of supply issue. Those are clerical issues which should not go to the principal bench. And of course, many people on various forums ask me, question of law, पे अगर एक tribunal bench कोई और decision दे और दूसरा कोई और decision दे, तो my dear friends, to bring to your notice that the question of facts which are multiple across different benches will be taken by the principal bench. The amendment is already there and the point has been well taken by GSTAT. Right, so coming towards the last pointer, what about the portal? Portal needs certain changes and we know we will be heard, and the 10th June document is a very vital document. I want to say one thing. We want to litigate the appeal. We do not want to litigate the portal. So we do not want long hours of sitting, so stretching. When I first had the privilege of meeting the president, sir, he said me, we have kept, if I'm right, sir, we have kept the limits for the portal. 8,000, increasing to 10, increasing to 12 users logging at one time. So what we need is the stretchability. We do not want to see that something went wrong, because it takes away your day. Sir, we want positive litigation. We want good points of law and fact to be determined by the tribunal rather than coming on the technical glitches, sir. And of course, sir, एक column मुझे आज भी समझ नहीं आया. I wanted to ask madam, so I will convey to Jain madam for that. वो मुझे आज भी column समझ नहीं आता as per stand of appellant before tribunal and as claimed by the present appeal. तो मैं दोनों में same ही डाल देती हूँ. So there are certain few issues, and with this I just give my Vani a viram and a few more doubts as to time period and all, but let me share my experience. मैंने अभी तक किसी अपील में, I have filed 12 appeals और मैंने अभी तक 12 में से किसी अपील में भी लीनियंसी बेनिफिट नहीं लिया है. So I have filed all my appeals thoroughly signed with a stacked paper book, properly indexed, and I enjoyed filing it. और वैसे भी जब जोश था ना, पहली करनी है और अच्छे से करनी है, और it set a precedent for my office also. So I do not want defects to be raised on my appeal. This is my perspective, which I shared with you all, and thank you so much for the patient listening.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anchal. My panelists are so disciplined. Ajay, you are an industry representative. Welcome. A few questions so that you can I just put it before the House so that you understand what I have been requesting them to talk about, what is the flow. I would like, from his perspective, for him to tell us what are his top 5 priorities for a successful GSTAT e-filing system. We are also going to ask him to tell us what are his concerns with regard to, it has already been mentioned, data security, but it is an industry concern, a very big concern, confidential business information, document retention, and the reliability of the system. Yes, he comes from a large corporate house, but MSMEs and large corporations often have different technological capabilities. How does he think we can make the system more inclusive? What is his experience when he speaks to others around him? And would the industry actually prefer a completely paperless process? If it wants it to be hybrid, at what stage? Where do you think we can make it? We are very ambitious about e-court, and I can tell you our first hearing in Ghaziabad bench was seamless. We did one export-related, refund-related issue. There were, yes, 6 orders in original, 1 order in appeal, but we were able to hear the chartered accountant across e-court, and yes, we disposed of it in a very seamless manner, so kudos to NIC for that. And also for the effort of the person who had filed the matter, because it takes a lot of effort, as Anchal has said, and Josh, yes, but a lot of effort. So over to you, Ajay. Let us hear what you have to say, and also what would be your understanding of how we can, the most dynamic, single most change that we could make to help you e-file in GSTAT. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much, respected President San and members and professionals sitting here. It's my privilege to represent the taxpayer perspective here. As Sungita ma'am said about the, what are the top 5 priorities we are looking for. So, looking for, like in my experience, I have implemented many ERP system, and I know that implementing a system is very, very big task. It's not easy. It's starting system implementation, right? Start beginning from your master data creation and all. So when we look in the GSTN portal, our master data is the first appellate order which are available in the GSTN portal. So all the GSTN, all the appellate orders should be available in the portal, and also there are some certain maybe manual orders which are not in the portal itself, in the GSTN portal. If those can be made available through manual upload or some other email, we can give this order. Second is about that during e-filing, normally we find that the due to data security, some timeout sessions are fixed. So if there is a data short session timeout, if that can be increased during the e-filing return, then this will help the assessee and to file their appeal. Third is about the deep integration between the GST portal and the GSTRT portal. And normally when we file and upload the documents, so normally the mandatory fields, there are certain total 19 fields when we upload the various information. So during upload, the session go out. So after session go out, you have to fill all the information again and again. So if these type of things can be fixed out in the system, so I understand that the 30th June is a date available that, so during this time, these things cannot be fixed, because fixing any change takes time, data testing and all. So, but in future, like after June or July, August, September, if these things can be fixed out in the system, sir. So talking about the, already talked about the Bimal Jain ji and about the litigation cost, although travel and everything cost would be saved in this and would be easy for the, to file the returns and all. And this time we can use for rectifying the errors or to review our orders. So this will help us. We can real-time track our appeal status, clear record of submissions. And when we talk about the various concerns raised in the several forum about the data security and all. So data security, I understand that the various features which are enabled in the system. So when you enter into the room, if security guard is there, if we ask your name and all, what is your ID and all. So similarly in the system, when you enter into the system, if there is a multi-factor authentication, like a OTP is there, so that you can log in into system. So if MFA can be enabled in the system. Then it comes to the inner, when you enter into the portal, then the inner security is very important, that the documents which we have uploaded in the system, it should be viewable only to the authorized representatives, authorized officers. It should not be, it should be through the audit trails feature should be there. And if we talk about the retention and all, the rule 65 and 65 or GST 80 procedure already prescribed the period of 15 years. So the data which is available in this system, it should be archivable and it should be retrievable as and when it is required. And if we talk about the reliability, so as we know that the 30th June is approaching and the time is there, so lot of rush and push will be in the system. So in the last time means the portal peak traffic might be there. So if the bandwidth of the system would be there, it will help to the people to file their returns and file the appeal on time. So if we talk about MSME and all, so one size system cannot be fit for all the assessees. Normally for the MSME, if we say about the basic mode system would be available, that will help them. Already talked about that Seva Kendra is available, then this will help them to file their appeals. And auto validation and low band width, if available to the MSME, then that will also help them. And if we talk about the large taxpayer, then they need that the bulk upload, API and data filing, document management tools. So these are the things. We understand that all these things, most of the things are available in this system, and the things which are not, if can be implemented in this system. Ma'am asked about that what is it, whether industry need the complete paperless process or hybrid mode. So if we see about our digital, the ultimate goal, that is the paperless filing. Digital India vision, that is our vision. But we know that initially there might be some hiccups in the system. So we need that there should be a support to initially for 3 to 6 months or looking to the time when the system or issues can be set up. So manual filing should be available. Now if we talk about the what are the features available in the system, already we talked about the real-time tracking, alert, and automated alerts helps already available in the system, and we can retrieve the information from anywhere, and online access to order and pleading is already available. Lastly, that what would be the single most important improvement industry is looking for is the digital integration between the GSTN portal and the GSTAT portal, that whatever information is available in the system, it should be highly integrated. No need to fill the already information available in the system. So with this, I would like to close. And तकनीक और तालमेल अगर साथ मिल जाएं तो न्याय के सारे रास्ते आसान हो जाते हैं. 2 लाइनें और हैं जो मैं बोलना चाहूँगा. कागज की दीवारें हटी हैं, अब डिजिटल की बारी है. जीएसटी के इस मंच से न्याय का सफर जारी है. तकनीक की इस डगर पर शुरुआती कुछ फेर तो होंगे, साथ मिलकर चलेंगे तो न्याय के रास्ते और सुगम होंगे. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much. In terms of question answer, sir, how would you like to go about it? Because the questions would be posed more to us than to them. But if anyone wishes to speak and also raise the issues that we can record. Yes. And जी जी
Good afternoon. I am CM Anil Sharma from Chandigarh, practicing GST consultant there. My question to everyone sitting over here. Manual orders passed during 17, 18, 18, 19 has already been asked about by Ajay ji. That's one question. Another, sir, when appeal is filed by SSC beyond 3+1 months and same is rejected by adjudicating authority, will such appeal will be taken care by the GST or not? That is my question. That's all.
May I? I think so, sir. On the case was listed for today only. I read that case of GST Principal Bench that on 15/6 they will be taking the issue of delay. So the matter has already been taken on this question of law is in the coming days to come. That his question is whether 3+1 will the tribunal has the power to condone the delay of the first appellate beyond 4 months. So that matter is already being taken up by the principal bench.
Jurisdiction, which has been expanded, the latest expansion is that any identical question of law which is pending before different benches, state benches, can be heard only by this principal bench. Now this question has been repeatedly asked to me whenever I go in GST outreach, that whether the appeals that has been filed, first appeal that has been filed after the limitation condonation cap, that is the exact expression that is being used, cap, and has been dismissed, will that be taken off and delay can be condoned by the GST. Now the first legal answer to the legal question is whether the GST can condone the delay. As present, as the law stands, the GST or any tribunal cannot condone the delay beyond the cap. Now the other question is, why, if I know this thing that I cannot do it, why I have taken up, I have already bunched up 4 cases, and I believe at least another 10-20 cases will come before us by the next date. And let me share with you another thing also, that I have already asked my court officer to constitute a special bench, which I will preside. Justice Jain will be the second judicial member, and the only retired IAS officer which is in our member, Mr. Benu Prasad, will take up as a special matter, and whether we will consider recommending to the government to have one-time amnesty or not will be decided there. My mind is totally open. Justice Jain's mind is totally open. I cannot say about Brother Benu Prasad because I have not discussed with him. So I think we should and consider everybody's opinion on this thing. All stakeholders, not only the industry, the small and medium scale industries, the big industries, the advocates association, the chartered accountant association, whoever can give in or chip in any nice reason to consider this will be definitely considered. The 2 questions. The first question was. That I will take up in my concluding remark. Okay.
This continuation of the aspect, sir, that you were discussing, at the first appellate stage, what we have observed that when the appeals are filed beyond the period of 4 months, then appeal is not even taken up for hearing. even that is rejected at the threshold. So at least a taxpayer should be heard in a way that why the appeal was filed maybe in the 6th month or 7th month, maybe he was not in the knowledge of that order. From the communication of that order, maybe that appeal was within time, but that is dismissed at the threshold. Maybe that aspect we are hopeful that this honorable tribunal will take up this issue.
Sir, I want to add one thing here.
No, the condonation of delay is only qua the 4th month. That is between the 3rd and the 4th. If beyond 4 months, we are.
You have to explain the delay right from day one.
No, certainly. But if a condonation, because even the first appellate, if we go strictly as per statute, the first appellate authority may be having a different view, but they may say that they don't have the powers to condone that delay as per the statute. So
what he says is correct. I think you are a streaming counsel for one of the
Sir, shall I add one thing? Shall I? Here, sir. Sir, you are right that if you look at the law and jurisdiction, power is not there. But try to understand practical. Sir, 1 or 2 minutes.
Do you think that we do not understand practical?
No, sir, just I'm not saying. Sir, you have power. I'm saying that you have power to. No. I'm not going to High Court. I'm just coming back to you, sir. Just a pleading and prayer. My humble submission would be so many manual orders being passed. When we look at service of order versus communication of order, and my dates start from the agreed. Sir, but what happened, this first appellate authority is only going by the service, not looking at the communication. This is the first part. And this creating question of law. And hence you are having power to take it up. And we will look forward, because we all are waiting that you should take up these question of law in holistic perspective, not only for one appeal, for number of appeal pan-India. That is the only submission, sir.
President, sir, it is certainly extremely appreciable that you are considering to suggest to the government for bringing one-time amnesty for admitting these time-barred appeals. Another question, sir, which is actually stopping many taxpayers to file their appeal is the compulsory pre-deposit. And in the cases of exorbitant demands, so I would like to pose this question before this August gathering also. Similarly, जैसे sir time barring limitation है, वैसे ही limitation pre-deposit की है. Although I fully understand, sir, again this would be beyond the jurisdiction of the tribunal to ponder on. But certainly, sir, आप इसको भी consider कर सकते हैं for taking up matters and then suggesting to the government for bringing one-time amnesty for pre-deposit also. और ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि अगर हम एमनेस्टी लाएं फॉर द टाइम बारिंग, तो वहां पर हम उन्हें ये कह सकते हैं कि आप प्री डिपॉजिट जो है 10% की जगह 20% दीजिए और कैश में दीजिए. ऐसी एमनेस्टी एक बार पहले भी आई थी सर, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा था कि 10% जो है वो कैश में दीजिए, नॉट अगेंस्ट द एडजस्टमेंट ऑफ द ITC. सो these two submissions, humble submissions to the President, sir.
And Puneet sir, APL 02 के अगेंस्ट जहां ऑर्डर नहीं पास हुए हैं, we can file the appeal to GSTAT. Where APL 02 is, yes, so GSTAT is taking up those cases. Yeah. Yes.
देखिए, the questions that is raised right now is almost all directed towards me only. So that I am going to do it in the last session. Yes, madam, you want to ask question to them? मुझे लास्ट में पूछेंगे. अब खाना खाते हैं.
Sir, one last question.
Declare, launch declare. 45 minutes. आप लोगों की जितने भी क्वेश्चन है, मैं आ रहा हूँ. Again, I'll come and I'll answer each and every question, or try to at least.
Thank you so much to our moderator, ma'am, esteemed panelists, for such an enlightening and engaging discussion. We shall now take a break for lunch. I would request all the participants and dignitaries to kindly join us for lunch and networking. Kindly reassemble in the auditorium after 45 minutes for the post-lunch sessions. Thank you so much.
Now we can go?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
माइक को संभाल के रखिए। इनसे ही आप उसको अपील फाइल कर दो एंड सिलेक्ट द रिस्पोंडेंट. आप रिस्पोंडेंट गाजियाबाद वाला सिलेक्ट कर दो. So since मैं गाजियाबाद वाला रिस्पोंडेंट तो सिलेक्ट कर दूँ, बट अगेन देयर इज अ हार्ड कोडेड रिस्पोंडेंट विच इज ऑलरेडी देयर, दैट इज दिल्ली. सो क्योंकि मैंने दिल्ली वाले लॉगिन से उसको करा, तो दिल्ली वाला रिस्पोंडेंट ऑटोमेटिकली आ गया उसमें. एंड एज पर दी GST पोर्टल जो टिकट है वहाँ पर वो कह रहे हैं कि आप गाजियाबाद जो है, गाजियाबाद आप रिस्पोंडेंट सिलेक्ट कर लो. सो दैट इज ऑल्सो अगेन प्रॉब्लम, क्योंकि TRN वाले केसेस में आई डोंट हैव एनी अदर ऑप्शन. और मैं कैसे उसकी अपील फाइल करूं, दैट इज द कंसर्न.
That is right. As you said, there is already a default respondent, and there is also option to add more respondents. So you can add one more respondent as per your order. And if you are worrying about in which bench it will be going and which bench will be attending this appeal, that just leave it to the respondent bench. They will find it. It will be heard in their bench, or they can transfer it to the relevant bench. So that won't be an
So
issue.
you are saying कि हम दिल्ली वाले लॉगिन से TRN की कोई दूसरे स्टेट की अपील है वो दिल्ली वाले लॉगिन से फाइल कर दें.
Definitely. In any bench it will go. The bench will decide. It will be heard in that particular bench, or it will request principal bench to transfer it to some other relevant bench wherever it should be.
Okay. As sir stated कि आप ना
अब बाकी लोगों को भी चांस दीजिए ना.
Just a last question, sir. Just a last question. वैसे तो 2 क्वेश्चन थे, बट आई एम गोइंग टू लिमिट इट टू 1 क्वेश्चन ओनली. जो सर ने बोला कि स्पेशल कैरेक्टर्स जो स्पेशल बॉक्स हैं, ब्रीफ इशू है, उसमें क्या हो रहा है सर, जब हम डिटेल्स डालते हैं तो वो कैरेक्टर्स है ना ऑटोमेटिकली चेंज हो जा रहे हैं. सो इवन इफ आई एम गोइंग टू ऐड समथिंग, वो कोई स्पेशल कैरेक्टर ए करके और वैसे करके है ना, इट इज क्रिएटिंग समथिंग. And even in the PDF, downloaded PDF, it is showing me so. I've raised a ticket also, but there is no resolution which is provided. So that means जब मैं वो details
let me I got your question. Let me answer you. पहले मलचंदन चंदानी जी क्या ना हैं? करनानी. Anyway, आप पहली बात ये बोला कि आप विवेक जी का प्रेजेंटेशन ठीक से सुना नहीं आपने. He had told that the portal does not recognize special characters. 2 बार बोला था. सुनिए इज ए मोनोलिथिक स्ट्रक्चर. ये अभी नहीं करेगा, इट विल डू इट इन द फ्यूचर. आई हैव बीन रिपीटेडली सेइंग दैट स्पेशल कैरेक्टर आप कहीं भी लगाएंगे ना, पोर्टल विल मेक इट ए क्वेश्चन मार्क. तो आप मत कीजिए ना उसको. नहीं नो स्पेशल कैरेक्टर नहीं. देखिए कभी एक स्पेशल कैरेक्टर होता है. फ्यू डेज बैक माई सेल्फ एंड माई पर्सनल असिस्टेंट वांटेड टू साइन इट डिजिटली साइन ऑर्डर. तो जैसे हमने देखा है तो इट केम लाइक इन स्पेशल कैरेक्टर्स में आया, बट वी टूक ए चांस एंड देन अपलोडेड इट एंड द अपलोड वाज करेक्ट. उस टेम्पररीली कभी कभी होता है प्रॉब्लम. हाँ, टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम. प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
Sir, hi, this is Mukesh Garg from Airtel. Sir, I have question not on the filings but on the other matters like, sir, for Bharti Airtel we are having operations across the country and our matters are more or less limited to section 16(2)(c), which is whether the recipient is liable for a supplier's default. Now those matters may have their birth in different manners. It may be not in 2A, it may be 3B not filed by the supplier, maybe retrospective cancellation, nil filers. There are various arms and branches of the same law, whether section 2C is valid or not. Now, my point is, how would the principle of clubbing all such matters, which has a common question of law, before the principal bench would happen? So we have a number of matters. We would file it everywhere, and then how would that clubbing happen, or do we file it before the principal bench saying, I know that the decision in this matter is only whether recipient is responsible for a supplier's fault or not? That is one, sir.
Let one go one by another. You see, this question of common question of law, it is not recognized by the CGST or the only question that is that can be decided by, that shall only be decided by, is when it is a identical question of law. Not even an identical question of law, in fact. It has to be a pure legal question and it should be identical. So, though the government has notified that the principal bench shall here, cell only here. Only the principal bench cell here. I'm sorry. Taking of the jurisdiction of all of our state benches. There is no mechanism as yet.
Right.
This question was discussed and we have made some suggestions. We don't want to put anything to it. जो provision है उसी को interpret करना है. किसी ने बोला नहीं, you have to keep, if it is to be multiple litigant, then it should be heard. और कोई बोला नहीं, only एक litigant का multiple state में होगा तो hard. We are not going to do. We are not going to legislate. Now, second is how to go on with this thing. The first thing is that if you know that you have different cases, in different state benches, which involve identical question of law, then you have to simply drop a email to the registrar.
Okay.
क्योंकि हमारे transfer application का provision अभी तक नहीं है. It will be done in track 2. An email giving the details of it. Now the registrar will first, हमारा e-office भी open हो गया है. We'll go totally online on administrative matter also. So the registrar will first examine or ask one of his assistant registrar to examine whether whatever you say is correct or not. Does it involve an identical question of law? In his opinion, it is involved. Then he will put up the matter before me. I'll be satisfied. In some cases, if I am not satisfied, supposing you file an application and say that you have Ghaziabad, Gurgaon, and Chandigarh, and another, say, Jammu. So then I'll apply my mind. If I say that what you say is correct, without hearing you, then I'll allow your application and bunch of it. If I'm not satisfied, then I'll give a personal hearing. It may be virtual, or it may be hybrid, जो भी चाहें आप हो सकता है. Then we can go. As because there is no provision of a transfer application, I have always been very proactive in opening my arms of partnership to you. लेकिन अभी भी हैं 20% जो बहुत क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं मुझे. पूरा तो नहीं मिलेगा, बाबा सभी जगह से कुछ तो लोग करेंगे. ऐसे भी कभी नहीं कहना, कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे.
And sir, on this
application comes in the authorized availability login. Just hear me out, sir. If 2 of my clients have filed the appeal, they have successfully filed the appeal. I go to my that appeal gets visible in my screen. In my screen, I get an option to make applications. One such drop down gives me transfer application. Now, even because that particular provision, because it's the discretion of the president, where 2 or more common identical precedents of law are involved, and president is satisfied, then the matter shall be exclusively heard by the principal bench.
Which you are speaking about the transfer application, that is for the normal transfer from one bench to another bench. That transfer application doesn't speak of this bunching of identical question. मैं आपको और इजी कर रहा हूँ, आप उसको डिफिकल्ट करने तुले हैं. नहीं, आप करिए, कोई मना. Because you are the professional. Everybody says that the advocates are the master of facts. है कि नहीं? आप तो मास्टर ऑफ फैक्ट हैं, आप मास्टर ऑफ लॉ भी हैं. हमारा काम सुनना है. हम थोड़ा एक स्टेप ज़्यादा, 2 स्टेप ज़्यादा जा रहे हैं. इनफैक्ट 4 स्टेप जा रहे हैं ज़्यादा.
Sir, another question.
Please.
Sir, linked to this only is that again on 16(2)(c), there have been various High Court rulings and they may be different also. We have Gujarat High Court saying a different view, and whereas maybe Guwahati or Tripura High Court has a different view. Now, in that case, how would tribunal sit on these matters? Would the tribunal wait for Supreme Court to decide, or would we be expecting because there is a judicial discipline that you have to follow the judicial High Court decisions?
Sir, why don't you answer the question? Sir, why don't you answer the question? Conflicting judgments between high courts. Punjab and Haryana saying that कोई भी issue कर दीजिए. Paratha, Malabar paratha is not bread. Guwahati High Court saying it is bread. आप बैठे हैं केरला में, क्या जजमेंट देंगे?
So I will put the question again.
मान लीजिए आप मेंबर हैं, प्रिजाइडिंग मेंबर हैं.
I have matters in multiple states. My question is, if it is be clubbed
नहीं वो उसको उसका नहीं यार ये जब चले मैं आंसर करता हूँ, सुनिए ये दिस इज ए वेरी प्योर क्वेश्चन ऑफ लॉ प्रेसिडेंस गाइड करेगा। देखिए गुवाहाटी में जो बेंच है इट कैन नॉट ओवरलुक द जजमेंट ऑफ गुवाहाटी हाई कोर्ट। चंडीगढ़ में जो है वो पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट नहीं करेगा। नहीं, आप यू आर पुटिंग दी क्या कहते हैं कार्ट बिफोर द हॉर्स। लेट द क्वेश्चन अराइज, विल डिसाइड। यू हैव टू हैव सम ट्रस्ट ऑन अस। अभी से बोलेंगे नहीं यू कमिट, आज भी बोल दूंगा मैं, कुछ बोल दूंगा तो दैट विल नॉट बी बाइंडिंग अपॉन मी व्हेन आई सिट। अच्छा, आप यू वांट टू ऐड समथिंग? हाँ, कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं? हाँ,
that obviously if there are two decisions of two different high courts and the bench sitting in Delhi has to decide, the bench in Delhi where they are not bound by either the high court, they can take the views of both the high court and take their own decision.
No, that is one way. In that case, actually, suppose a bench is sitting over and it finds that there are two conflicting judgment, a third bench, high court jurisdiction, they can ask, okay, sir, resolve it. You send it to the principal bench, or ask the principal bench to send it to some other bench to constitute a larger bench, जो सारे जजमेंट लेके करते हैं। बट लेकिन बहुत कम है। हाई कोर्ट्स आर वेरी कंसिस्टेंट इन टैक्स मैटर। आई हैव सीन, जितना भी जजमेंट मैं देखा हूँ अभी तक, दे आर वेरी कंसिस्टेंट। राइट।
And the tribunals cannot take up the statutory constitutional validity being under the statute.
We cannot.
So 16(2)(c) by the tribunal can be taken on factual grounds, not on the constitutional validity.
So on the procedural question.
हाँ प्लीज,
Sorry.
हाँ बताइए, आप बताइए प्लीज।
So on the question of clubbing itself, I apologize. By way of introduction, I am Nishtha Jindal and I'm an advocate with Indus Prompt Legals, which is a law firm based out of Delhi. My question, sir, was I have two. The first one is about the clubbing matter itself, and that is that if there is already a question of law that's been clubbed and matters are being heard under that, then is there some sort of a precipice or pro forma that I can move to make my matter also be tagged with that badge?
If the facts and circumstances are the same, the bench can conclude your matter also.
You just have to bring it to our notice only.
Absolutely. Thank you. Sir, the next question.
वो सारे मेरे पास रहेगा ना,
Yes.
ट्रांसफरिंग। मैं बहुत प्रोएक्टिव हूँ, आप लाइए, just bring it to my notice.
Yes, sir. And the next question was that, I mean, on the taxpayer side, obviously, when we file on the portal, there's notification given to the department directly. Is there a similar notification that will be given to the taxpayer as soon as the department files an appeal? Because there's no service provision that we have in other fora.
Yeah, the notification is going through the portal.
Okay. So on the portal itself.
Yes. Yeah.
30 days or 45 days are started after that notification. The question is कि जो 30 और 45 दिन होते हैं reply करने के लिए, once the department has filed the application, I have to reply within 30 or 45 days. If in case it is a memorandum cross objection, then 45 days, otherwise 30 days. So when that 30 days or 45 days are going to get started?
No, actually, when the appeal is getting registered.
आपके लिए, I have so many questions for you.
Even added to that, sir, I also wanted to know what happens if the GSTIN portal of that company is closed or the taxpayer is closed.
That I have noted also. I'll answer to the question. No, just before you ask any further question, I'll just request Brother Kapoor to share one of his experiences about issuance of notice in the case of Delhi bench, please.
Yeah. Actually, what is happening is, the moment defects are removed, or if there is no defect, the registry is registering the case, the application. At that time itself, the moment it is registered, through the portal, the email as well as the SMS is going. Am I correct, Vivek? Yes.
Sir, it is going twice. So once the case is filed by the department and once after registration. So my precise question is, after the case has been filed, the 30 days start from that time limit, or after the case has been registered, 30 days start from that time limit? Because I think, as per your view, it is, जिस समय register हो गया, then 30 days are getting started.
That is what my understanding is, that.
I think it's only going once, twice.
Is it coming at the time of person filing appeal also?
Yes, when the department files an application, then also there is an intimation which is received by the taxpayer against which that particular case has been filed. And once the
That I'm not aware.
No, there is a difference. The first one is only an intimation.
Yes. Yes.
The registry is the critical.
That's fine. This is what actually I was looking. That's an alert SMS basically that this has been ready.
If I understand properly, if the principle that I have been following, though the intimation is sent to the respondent, we take up the matter before the bench and give a timeline for filing the counter objection, and that is the date that it started.
In fact,
in fact, my advice to all my
I will just add to sir, but same Delhi bench also we are following the same. The moment it is registered, we are issuing the notice, and through mail, we are even writing in the order itself. Please issue notice to the respondent through portal as well as through mail.
Sorry, I am interrupting because the provision at that particular place says
We are sending through speed post
the
also.
word receipt, not notice. It uses the word receipt. So receipt was getting confused with the intimation or after the registry has been sent. The word receipt has been used.
So receipt
I
of
think
what
when
the application is registered.
But when the registrar is giving his PH, that is the time. I've been told when the registrar calls a PH, kahi clash ho raha hai. And that is the time when it is this particular intimation is going. So Rajiv, for us to issue notice is the third layer. Alert, intimation when the registrar calls. Suppose the registrar doesn't call for PH for defect, then it will be at time of hearing. My understanding.
So let us resolve it. Like whenever the writ application you have filed, whenever they say issue notice, this is the day it is served. We'll take it as the starting point of 45 days. Yes, you wanted to, madam, you wanted to add something else?
Sir, I have a question. Sir.
Microphone idhar dijiye.
Sir, I have a question, sir. Sir, my name is Arafat Ali, and I'm from law firm ATC Legal. Sir, my question is, I'm still quite confused on this aspect of condonation of delay. Sir, my question is, which specific provision under GST Act expressly bars the appellate tribunal from condoning the delay that occurred in filing the appeal before first appellate tribunal, in the absence of such express statutory prohibition and considering the wide appellate power conferred under section 113? Why cannot the tribunal exercise its jurisdiction to render substantial justice?
Okay. You see, a latest view of the Supreme Court, you are not aware perhaps. The latest view of the Supreme Court is that where there is a cap on the condonation of delay period, supposing in second appeal 3 months, again 3 months. Am I correct? Sir. If there is a cap, not only the tribunal is dehors the power to delay anything beyond that, even High Court in jurisdiction exercise of 226 cannot condone the delay. That is a Supreme Court judgment. Provision आप उनसे पूछिए, हम तो नहीं कर सकते.
Sir, my question is that I am.
Where it is binding upon you and me.
Sir.
Law of the land.
Sir, my question.
सुनिए limitation का बात जो है, if what I hear is correct, in many cases notices has not been served properly, so-called notices, and orders has been passed. Then when they file order appeal against such orders, they say it is time barred, and there is no personal hearing also, or no hearing also. Now, पहली बात यह है कि if you read the latest judgment of various High Court, my team has prepared about 8 such judgments, 8 judgments led by the Allahabad High Court. Allahabad High Court. If the so-called notice is sent through the portal, and the party says that he has not received it, then it is the duty of the tax officer as well as the first appellate, that natural corollary, the first appellate authority should also see that the notice is served upon the party. If it is not, then there is no starting of limitation.
Which is communicated to the party.
That is what. in those cases we'll have jurisdiction to decide, because there's no a order passed in my back, at my back, without my knowledge, without hearing me. I have an appeal to that. The day I know about that order is the starting point.
So my question is, when I am well within a statutory time limit before appellate tribunal, but I was time barred before first appellate authority, and there is no provision in GST Act which bars honorable appellate tribunal to condone the delay of first appellate authority, which has happened before that, when section 113 specifically gives power to the honorable tribunal to pass what it deems fit.
That is a jugglery of word only, words. देखिए, आप please, microphone दीजिए. Microphone दीजिए.
First appellate authority और की condonation tribunal that is what he.
नहीं वो करेंगे actually, बताएंगे.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the interesting part is what my learned friends wants to get decided today. That is to be decided by the court when you are sitting in your court. That's the one question. What we are asking for limitation part, section 5, I am having opinion that tribunal is having a power, but Supreme Court saying it's not having a power. And you have been so proactive that you have entertained those appeals for hearing, and you have listed also. And I hope that question will be answered by that judgment itself. Here why we have come, because of your proaction, that procedural part must be very smooth. What we are trying to discuss, the legal issues, which I don't think, it's my view, can be decided at this forum. Has to be decided between the court of the chairman or the members. They are competent enough to take the decision. This is one part. And as far as this communication and service part is concerned, even first appeal matters. जो communication और service को जो address किया Allahabad High Court ने, which your honor was also saying, whatever we put on the portal while filing first appeal, that this is my communication, appeals are being filed, appeals are being entertainment, just taking the decision of Bambino Agro, and that's what we can plead before the court. Let us come before the court, maybe the first appeal or the tribunal, that this is my case, and then the things will go on the merits. This is my humble submission, sir. Thank you. I just wanted a little dust to settle here. No, it can't be.
This dust cannot be settled.
Wait for judgment of the tribunal. Wait for decision.
Hello.
Yes, next.
Sir, this is CA Pankaj Shukla. My question is, there's two questions are there, sir. When I filed my memorandum of cross objection through Aadhaar's e-sign, I did not find the final acknowledgement there. Every time I go in my account at the portal and see my APL 06, it opens and shows the current date. I am not sure whether this is filed or not. I have raised the ticket, but no resolution is provided till date. The second question is this, sir.
Microphone दीजिए.
Aadhaar based signing has been resolved. Now you can try it with signing the Aadhaar, and the date on which you will sign the same date will come. When it is successfully showing that it has been signed by the Aadhaar, then only the date and time stamp will put on that. Okay. You have already filed, and what is saying that it is the current date? How can?
ठीक है.
We'll check it. We'll check
it. Noted. It will resolve किया जाएगा. ठीक है. Yes, please.
Here it is said that.
एक मिनट खड़ा हो गया तो आपको सेकंड क्वेश्चन है रिजा.
हेलो सर, मेरा जो क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है, वो एनआईसी से है. क्योंकि जब हम अपील फाइल करते हैं, इसमें डिमांड टैब है. डिमांड टैब में फिगर्स डालने के बाद में हम कोर्ट फीस जमा करते हैं. कोर्ट फीस जमा करने के बाद में जब हम वापस यदि हमें प्रीव्यू करना है अपने पीछे के स्टेटस को,
तो वो डिमांड टैब पे क्लिक करने के बाद में वो दिखता है और एकदम से डिसअपियर हो जाता है, तो हम उसको जो है दोबारा से नहीं देख पाते हैं।
It should be visible. Tuli sir, it should be visible in preview, na? Preview में दिखता है ना?
Yes. Actually, the demand tab, when you pass it and pay the court fee, because the court fee has been paid on behalf of the demand details you have submitted over there. So you cannot go back and change the demand detail tabs so that the court fee has already been submitted. If you want to see that particular table, you can see in final preview. There will be no issue.
That will be available in APL 05.
Right.
ठीक है, उससे पहले नहीं होगा। मेरा प्रोसीजर अभी कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ। बिफोर दैट मुझे डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी अपलोड करने हैं या मतलब आगे चेकलिस्ट भी है, उनको भी करना है।
Right.
इन द मीन टाइम कि यदि मुझे लगता है कि मैं कहीं उसमें डिमांड में उस डिटरमिन्ड अमाउंट में कुछ डालना भूल गया, ठीक है, उसको कैसे मैं रेक्टिफाई करूँगा?
Listen, you
See, for payment, as a matter of general rule, every time you make a payment, the money goes to Consolidated Fund of India. वहाँ से पैसा नहीं निकलता है।
नहीं, that's fine सर, ठीक है। मेरा कंसर्न ये नहीं है, मेरा कंसर्न ये है कि मुझे वो जो टेबल है, ठीक है, वो क्लिक करने पर मुझे दिखना चाहिए, जो कि डिसअपियर हो जाता है।
That's available in the preview because you have made the payment.
सर APL 05 में होगा ना जाकर?
नहीं, आपकी फाइलिंग के पहले, that's final preview, it's not submission. It doesn't require submission.
सर फाइलिंग के पहले नहीं हो रहा है वो।
Definitely final preview, everybody can see the final preview before finally submitting the appeal. Until you are submitting it, there is a final preview and all the details are available over there.
You are requested once to check.
आप ये देख लीजिए, what he is saying is, before submitting you can do a final preview. He is saying that in final preview it is visible. You are contesting the same. आप जाके QAT environment में देख लीजिए, it should be visible. If it is not, his case could also be a specific case of a glitch. वो भी देख लीजिएगा।
ठीक है, सेकंड क्वेश्चन आप पूछिए।
प्लीज।
नहीं, वो आधे में उनसे आधे में ले गए थे।
अच्छा, आधे में ठीक है, मैं बैठ जाता हूं।
बैठ, आपको आएंगे, आपके पास आएंगे। What is the second question?
Thank you, sir. Sir, it is said here that the gestate procedure is totally paperless, and in gestate rules, Rule 21(4), it is written over there, the appellate tribunal may, on its own motion, direct the preparation of as many copies as may be required for disposal of the appeal. So, at what point of time we will come to know how many hard copies may be required at the tribunal? If it would be required, if it is going to require.
You see, let me. Ahmedabad is asking.
Sir, I am from Noida only.
Noida. Okay. Let me share certain things, certain facts with you. Initial stage when we started the GST after my joining, we had the team of GST and NIC, and at the time parallelly a portal ban raha tha, which we didn't have much of say, and we are drafting a rule. The rule was drafted without any experience of any adjudication. तब तक एक ही भी केस नहीं फाइल हुआ था. इनफैक्ट फाइल होना का पोर्टल ओपन ही नहीं हुआ था. तो रूल में कुछ है, इश्यूज हैं, आई अंडरस्टैंड. Sometimes it says that it is, you say that paperless, but there is a provision of filing of paper books. That we have already taken into consideration. In fact, on 10th of June, we have recommended the government of India to make certain amendments. Though it was a internal communication, I don't know. On 11th and 12th, it was all over the internet. पता नहीं कहाँ से चला गया, लेकिन आप अगर पढ़ेंगे उसमें तो most of your question will be answered.
So it means that no hard copies would be required.
No hard copy. जो hard copy मैं तो नहीं मांगूंगा, जो hard copy मांगेगा, I promise that I will withdraw his judicial power.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, may I?
Please.
So second issue is related to court fees.
Court fee?
Yeah.
कम करना चाहिए, ज़्यादा होना
नहीं
चाहिए?
नहीं 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 उसको मैं कम की बात नहीं कर रहा, कैलकुलेशन का प्रॉब्लम है सर। कैलकुलेशन का प्रॉब्लम ये है कि कोर्ट फीस जो है, जिन केसेस में टैक्स, इंटरेस्ट एंड पेनल्टी तीनों लगे हुए हैं, तो उसमें टैक्स, इंटरेस्ट और पेनल्टी का अमाउंट को टोटल करके वो कोर्ट फीस डिमांड कर रहा है। जिन केसेस में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है ऑर्डर में, उसमें केवल टैक्स और पेनल्टी के बेसिस पे वो कैलकुलेट कर रहा है। दिस इज द इशू।
नहीं नहीं, पहले था ऐसे, अभी दैट हैज बीन अमेंडेड। हाँ, अभी 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 जो है, जो टैक्स के ऊपर ही ये करेगा, वन कोर्ट फी।
सर
ये मैडम को दीजिए आप। प्लीज हैंड ओवर द माइक प्लीज। हाँ हाँ, बताइए क्या क्या है। We are speaking on court fee. Pre-deposit is in a different field.
Hello, sir. My name is Surbhi Prebi. I am from Pratyay Legal. Sir, my question pertains to the defects which the registries are throwing, and it is the specific case of Ghaziabad registry, sir. Sir, number one, in the initial phase, lot of notices and orders were unsigned, and on that basis, the taxpayers had moved to High Court, and there are cases wherein the notice or the order was set aside. However, here the registry is throwing the defect that the notice or order is invalid, it is unsigned, get it signed. So they are casting the onus on the taxpayer for the default of the officer. So unless, and sometimes officer is not there, so there is nobody who is ready to sign that old notice or the order.
That's right. In fact, this is a very valid point, and often the assistant registrar has raised it to us. I think so mic to on it. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think that issue is very valid, because I think it's largely state tax, but I have seen one appeal in which the center tax officer has attested his earlier tax officer's order. So the assistant registrar had some genuine problems, and the vice president is addressing them. So I think that issue should be resolved. I know some orders were unsigned.
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
there is an issue there. Let us see what the vice president decides.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, one more thing. So again, the orders passed by state officers in Uttar Pradesh are Hindi. Though there is one letter or the order of the principal bench wherein they have relaxed this norm, and it is at the discretion of the bench. So Ghaziabad informs that you have to file translation. Till this level, we are fine. We will give them translation. Now, registry is asking to get this translation attested by the officer, which officer is not ready to do. Again, we are stuck.
Yes, in fact, they came to me for guidance, and I said, I read out the law very clearly to them. It doesn't say so. It only says the authorized representative shall so certify. This is my view. I have expressed it clearly. I have expressed it clearly to the registry that their interpretation is wrong. I think it is resolved. If it is not resolved, then you can come to any one of us, either the VP or me. I have told the scrutiny clerk, the scrutiny noting clerk, we have read the law together. जी वो तो सर ने जो मिनट्स आपने देख लिए, नहीं चैलेंज करती, एब्सोल्युटली आई एग्री. और जिसको तकलीफ होगी वो चैलेंज,
जज को चाहिए तो
मैम जस्ट लास्ट
हिंदी में जी, वो सिर्फ सब्सटैंशियल पोर्शन, माने आई हैव सीन द ऑर्डर्स. यस.
Another thing is that this
नहीं, डिजिटल सिग्नेचर भी नहीं था. ये पॉइंट है. हाँ, ये पॉइंट अपलोड हो गया था ऐसे का ऐसा ही.
just
सर
ऑफिसर नहीं लगाएगा वो ट्रांसमिट नहीं होगा, लेकिन वो डिजिटल सिग्नेचर उस एससीएन में ऑर्डर में विजिबल नहीं होगा. दैट्स अ टेक्निकल एरर.
हाँ,
इसके ऊपर ना एडवाइजरी जीएसटी ऑलरेडी इशू कर चुका हुआ है इन द पास्ट. जो डॉक्यूमेंट है वो अनसाइन नहीं हो सकता, तो जिस पे साइन नहीं
See, this is also a litigated issue. The matter is now before the Supreme Court. There was a period when digital signatures were not appearing. GSTN's position is so long as it is uploaded on the portal, it is a valid order. So that's the position GSTN has taken and conveyed by way of advisory as well.
We're coming to it.
Sir, I'll take permission just to raise.
No, I'll before you ask the second question, what is the problem that we are facing? We are always being compared with other tribunals like ITAT में ये होता है, CSTAT में होता है. But what you are not understanding is that not only the members are new, not only the members of the registry also have no court experience. So these are things which they have to learn. And unfortunately, by the time they will be learning the trades, उनका tenure खत्म हो जाए, वो transfer हो जाएंगे. तो जब तक हमारा अपना जैसे CSTAT का अपना cadre है, they have themselves recruited, मतलब through the SSC. तो ऐसा कुछ दीजिए, समय दीजिए, होगा, जरूर होगा. और ऐसे ही इशू उठेगा और उठने से ही हल होगा. और आप बोले पहले से हल हो पर बाद में ना उठे, नहीं हो सकता. पहले इशू रेज होगा एंड देन वी विल डिसाइड इट, विल सॉल्व इट. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन.
असिस्टेंट रजिस्ट्रार हमसे आके सब अपनी डाउट्स हमसे ही क्लियर करते हैं. He reads, he understands. So it's on the job training is going on.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to bring this last issue also to your notice, ma'am. In Ghaziabad Tribunal, again, one more issue is happening. Principal bench had been very lenient to relax the filing norms, stating that you don't need the certified copies if scanned copies are available. However, again, Ghaziabad registry is not accepting. They are saying we don't have access to GST portal. Therefore, even if it is available on the portal, we are not aware, we don't know the authenticity of the document. You give us everything which is certified. So this is just to bring to your kind notice, ma'am.
So इसका solution ये है कि I think we need an outreach in Ghaziabad and we are
definitely.
quickly we are going to put something in place. Maybe
we will have an outreach in Ghaziabad.
Maybe Monday
lot,
next.
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, madam. How many questions you have? 1, 2?
So just one and maybe 1 or 2 follow-ups after that.
Acha.
My name is Kamakshi. I'm an advocate from the firm Indus Prompt Legal, and it's regarding the issuance of the notice. So many foras and statutes have a very high threshold for the issuance of a notice on an appeal or a writ petition. Is there any such thing in the GST Tribunal, or is there any threshold for the issuance of a notice considering that, or is the issuance of the notice automatic, or is it prima facie? Who exactly determines how the notice will be issued? Is there a hearing? Will it be dependent on the first hearing, or will it be automatic?
This service of notice. Can you reframe your question? I didn't get it actually.
So
who will decide whether notice has been served properly, or that what did you ask?
So the notice will be issued. So I'm so sorry, sorry to interrupt, but that's not my question.
आप हिंदी में पूछ सकते हैं.
सर अगर कोई प्रामा फासाई केस है या नहीं, क्योंकि जब फर्स्ट अपील्स में हम जाते हैं उसके इट्स यूजुअली रिजेक्टेड देन. तो जब यूजुअली जब हम कोर्ट्स में जाते हैं देन और इन द सुप्रीम कोर्ट या फिर हाई कोर्ट जाते हैं, देन वी यूजुअली हैव टू गेट अ सीनियर विद अस टू इशू द नोटिस एंड टू एंश्योर कि वो थ्रेशोल्ड पे डिसमिस नहीं हो जाता है. तो यहाँ पे what exactly is the procedure here?
Threshold. You want to know what is the threshold for dismissal in imini? We are not dismissing any right now. All question will take it as question of law. Go before a division bench. Division bench will give a ruling. Then only it may be dismissed. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So my name is Sachin Garg from Ghaziabad. Some my little questions are here. Sir, जैसे सर अपीलेट अथॉरिटी है सर, फर्स्ट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी ने पास किया, कोई आदेश पास किया और उसमें सर विदाउट APL 4 उन्होंने पास किया सर।
थोड़ा
सर
हाँ।
APL 4 के बगैर सर आदेश पारित हुआ फर्स्ट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी द्वारा। तो सर अब हम जैसे GST 80 में अपील फाइल करेंगे तो सर हम उसमें ऑर्डर नंबर सर क्या लिखें, क्योंकि वो एक समरी ऑर्डर है केवल और APL 02 है उसमें सर। सर 2017-18 का सर केस है।
मैडम उल्लेन सर।
So I would not really be able to answer APL 04 यदि नहीं है तो I do not know what the registry is doing right now. तो मैनुअल का तो बहुत क्लियर है, NIC ने ही बतलाया है इन द वेब ट्रेनिंग दैट यू अपलोड द मैनुअल ऑर्डर।
ऑर्डर नंबर क्या लिखे हैं?
अच्छा
उसमें है ना, ड्रॉप डाउन आता है ना?
नहीं,
जरूर कुछ तो दिया होगा उसने सबरी ऑर्डर में।
नहीं, सबरी ऑर्डर में कुछ भी नहीं है।
एक इंटीमेशन
में फाइल नंबर होगा, डेट होगा, कुछ नहीं है।
एक इंटीमेशन आपको कैसे
सर
दिया?
डेट है सर, डेट में उस डेट में वो रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा है वहाँ पे हमें।
पर फाइल नंबर कोई नहीं है।
नहीं, फाइल नंबर नहीं है।
आप अपलोड करिए, देन वी विल सी।
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
देखिए अब इफ इट इज कम्युनिकेटेड टू यू फिजिकली, कुछ नहीं, मीमो नंबर तो होगा एक।
सर मैंने लास्ट नाइट में ये चेक किया, मैंने रात को 12 बजे के आसपास, क्योंकि मुझे आना था, तो मैंने कहा देख लूँ कभी मुझसे कहीं कोई गलती तो नहीं है।
हाँ, नहीं
लेकिन
है।
सर नहीं था उसमें कुछ भी।
अपलोड करिए जो है, अपलोड करिए।
अपलोड करिए, देन सी व्हाट द डिफेक्ट कम्स।
हाँ, आपको दीजिए
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सर।
कर रहे हैं। नहीं सुनिए, लेट मी शेयर अनदर कम्युनिकेशन बिटवीन अस। सुनिए, ये देखिए अभी 3 टाइप का केसेस हो रहा है सेकेंड अपील। एक जो ओरिजिनल ऑर्डर OIO फिजिकल फॉर्म में पास किया गया है, OIA फिजिकली किया गया। सेकेंड टाइम OIO physically, OIA digitally. Third, both digitally. Now we are discussing with Mr. Sinha one day in the governance committee meeting, and the first thing is that there is the third type of case जो होता है, whatever documents you have filed before the original authority or first authority or first appellate authority, those documents should not be refiled again before us in 005. Why? It will not only take space in the cloud, it is also taxing on the taxpayer. But what will happen to the first two? First two mein gentleman from Uttar Pradesh Sarangpur was saying we have thousands of bills which need to be uploaded. If it is already uploaded, if it is or you have filed it before the original authority and it is on the system, then you don't have to file it again. But उत्तर तो दीजिए ना, आप इतनी मेरा चेन ऑफ थॉट ब्रेक कर जाता है सर, माफी चाहता हूँ, बड़े गुस्से में लगता है, आप बोल दीजिए क्या बोलना है. इंटरनेशनल न्यूज वाचिंग ना. हाँ, उसी में आ रहा हूं मैं, आप नहीं सुनने नहीं चाहते हैं, सुनिए. Then we had a discussion and Mr. Sinha said that immediately all those documents जो order in original physically हुआ है, order in appeal physically हुआ है, everything has to be scanned and uploaded in the portal. जो document आप lower फर्स्ट एपेलेट कोर्ट में दिए हैं या लोअर कोर्ट में दिए हैं, सारे अपलोड होगा. इट विल टेक टाइम, इट्स नॉट ए इजी मेथड. तो कर रहे हैं उसको हम. लेकिन अगर ओरिजिनल आपने ओरिजिनल ये में डिजिटली फाइल किया है तो और एक बार फाइल करना जरूरी नहीं है, क्योंकि वी कैन सी दोज डॉक्यूमेंट्स. यू हैव टू मेंशन दैट वी हैव फाइल्ड दिस डॉक्यूमेंट एज सच एंड सच एन एक्सेस. एम आई करेक्ट?
Sir, good evening. CA Jayaprakash this side. My question is related to documents uploading, where we need to upload the appeal with our documents, and that appeal is proper indexing and bookmarked with all annexures. Those annexures already include order in original, order in appeal, show cause notice, then why we need to, sir, upload those documents separately also, like show cause notice separately, OIO separately? We are already filing these as annexures, which we have to refer while we will argue the matter, because those are indexed and bookmarked.
Annexes में मत दीजिए. देखिए,
सर फिर वो
this is a very simple question. आप हमने जो दिया है जो that is for making the registry ready for listing cases before us. Like throughout the country है, 32 benches है, 45 locations है, registers accordingly 49, 40 कहीं से 50 से 90 हैं. सब अपना अपना आइडिया. कोई आया है पोस्टल डिपार्टमेंट से, कोई आया इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट, कोई तो आर्मी से भी आए होंगे. तो अपने अपने बैगेज लेके आए हैं सारे. अब 28 कैरेक्टर्स देखना है, उनको टिक मार्क करना है. ओके ओके ओके, उनको वो चेकलिस्ट जो है आपके लिए उनको भी लिए है ना. तो दे वर मार्किंग एवरीथिंग डिफेक्टिव. दैट इज व्हाई आई सेड दैट नहीं, we'll make some cases ready for hearing. Otherwise the people will, नहीं तो मुझे तो जितना दरमा मिलता तनख्वाह मिलता रहेगा. कुछ अगर मैं डो नहीं देता जजमेंट, सेलिंग विल्सन नहीं देता, क्या मेरा दरमा काट देता सरकार? नहीं काटता. फिर क्यों किया? तो we made it like नहीं, what are the documents that we required for filing, for hearing an appeal? Number one, show cause notice. अब कुछ लोग बोलते हैं in some cases show cause notice होता ही नहीं. सपोजिंग असेसिंग अथॉरिटी 0 कर दिया, फर्स्ट अपील अथॉरिटी उसको चेंज कर दिया, नहीं टैक्स आपको इतना देना पड़ेगा बोल के, या पेनल्टी देना पड़ेगा. उसमें शो कॉज नोटिस कहाँ से लाएं? उसमें यू आर नॉट रिक्वायर्ड टू फाइल. जहाँ दीज आर द डॉक्यूमेंट्स, देखिए शो कॉज नोटिस, ऑर्डर इन ओरिजिनल, ऑर्डर इन अपील, ग्राउंड्स ऑफ अपील और स्टेटमेंट ऑफ फैक्ट्स, ये 4-5 मांगते हैं. If my saying was, my thought process was, if these 5 documents are available with me, I can hear a case and dispose it of. And I want to show to taxpayers that we can actually, with this limited resources, we can dispose the cases.
Sir, there are some other mandatory documents also, without which we cannot proceed further. Like वकालतनामा.
कौन सी रजिस्ट्री की बात कर रहे हैं?
Sir, online portal पे sir.
नहीं, कहाँ पे?
ऑनलाइन पोर्टल पे से डॉक्यूमेंट्स अपलोड का जो पेज है, वहाँ पे वकालतनामा इज ऑल्सो मैंडेटरी राइट नाउ एंड सम अदर डॉक्यूमेंट्स.
और क्या डॉक्यूमेंट?
सर एक्चुअली ही वांट्स टू से कि हमें सेपरेटली एससीएन ओआईयू करना पड़ता है.
हाँ.
सर ने उसी का रिप्लाई दिया है क्योंकि वो मैंडेटरी डॉक्यूमेंट्स है एटलीस्ट टू स्टार्ट विद द हियरिंग. दैट इज व्हाई दोस आर बीइंग पर्टिकुलरली सेग्रीगेटेड रादर देन टू बी इंडेक्स्ड इन द ओरिजिनल फाइल व्हिच यू आर अपलोडिंग विद योर एपीएल फॉर्म. सो certified copy of the order, SCN and other such documents have been kept separate. If you want to maintain your flow of the page numbers, exclude those documents from your main index, put it there at the SCN place and then you upload your paper.
Okay, sure. Okay. Thank
you. नहीं ये थोड़ा सा एक्चुअली और एक दिस माय ऑर्डर हैज बीन बैठिए, मैं आ रहा हूँ आपके पास भी आ रहा हूँ. बैठिए आप बैठिए. This सुनिए प्लीज. May I have the attention? May I have the attention of the house please? देखिए, this the first thing is that the order issued by me has been misread. मैं नहीं बोला कि ये कहाँ फाइल करना है, मैं बोला ये अगर डॉक्यूमेंट है तो आप डिफेक्ट मत रेज करो. कहाँ है ये नहीं बताया मैं. तो अगर आपका पोर्टल ऐसा बोल रहा है, नहीं बोल रहा है, तो कौन बोल रहा है इसको? Who is the person? Find out the person, identify and fix responsibility. You will take action against it. हाँ बताइए.
गुड इवनिंग सर, मैं अतुल गुप्ता होंडा कार से. मेरा क्वेश्चन पर्सनल पेनल्टी को लेके है. कंपनी की अपील हमने फाइल कर दी, हमारे 2 एसोसिएट्स के ऊपर ही पर्सनल पेनल्टी लगाई गई सेक्शन 122 में. सर वो अपील के लिए हमने आपके डिपार्टमेंट से कॉन्टैक्ट किया, हमने अपनी आईडी भी बना ली पैन नंबर के ऊपर बेस करके. अब बात आती है प्री डिपॉजिट की 10%. तो 10% प्री डिपॉजिट कैसे जीएसटी में जमा करें? मेरा सवाल मनीष सिन्हा सर से है कि पर्सनल पेनल्टी का 10% एज ए इंडिविजुअल कैसे जमा करें, उस तक फिर कैसे पहुँचे, क्योंकि 30 तारीख के साथ डेट आ रही है. लॉगिन आईडी हमने जीएसटी एटीए बना लिया है, लॉगिन आईडी बन गया है.
दिस इज वी आर अवेयर ऑफ दिस प्रॉब्लम. एक्चुअली वी आर सोल्यूशन अभी तक दिया नहीं है. We have discussed this matter. Let me share one experience. Like Delhi High Court में एक केस गया, in which the penalty was imposed on the company and two of its directors, अलग-अलग. Then when Delhi High Court said the GST go to GST 80, they said that there is no provision for the director to file the appeal, and there is no provision to deposit the money. What happened thereafter? Delhi High Court asked the government, in fact. Government said Delhi bench is fully functional, they can go to it and they can file. Then a liberty was given to the company. Can you go and file before the Delhi bench, and both the directors can file two separate this thing. And there was also an exemption of payment on any court fee or court fee and pre-deposit exempted था. उन्होंने आके फाइल किया, कंपनी का तो फाइल हो गया, लेकिन दोनों डायरेक्टर नहीं फाइल किए. They filed immediately contempt application. But in the meantime, the GST and NSC team, they made the temporary arrangements for filing of by the director. दो डायरेक्टर फाइल कर दिए. फिर एक इशू आ गया. The assistant registrar, joint registrar, they are raise a defect. Well, कोर्ट फी नहीं पेमेंट, प्री डिपोजिट पेमेंट नहीं हुआ है. Then I have to again step in and say that भाई हाई कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है. Even if you think it is wrong, you cannot do anything. You are bound by it. Just carry out the order or go face contempt there. We are not going to face your. तो यही सब हो रहा है. धीरे धीरे सॉल्व हो रहा है. But definitely आपका जो है अभी that is still pending डायरेक्टर्स के. और एक केस आ गया है ना. They can file. Temporary registration number. Yes, आपसे कोई कुछ पूछना है?
That issue on the learned counsel was raising, that order in original or order in appeal, which is required to be uploaded separately, and the paper book, which the flow, ma'am was telling that if you require your flow to be maintained, that my humble submission is that if I make my paper book and upload all the things, all the documents in order, and indexed all those documents in my submission, and also separately I upload the documents wherever they are required, whether it would make any trouble to the bench? I think it is okay.
See, the point is, here the request was, why are you asking for more documents? You are saying, if I add few more documents, what is the harm? So obviously, you see, within the filing community also, there is difference in opinion.
Right.
No, sir, actually this is a confusion. I think the learned colleague was saying that it is required to be uploaded separately also. So whether I have to upload separately, whether I should upload in my submission or not.
My interpretation is not. No, it were not. If it is available on the record, anywhere. In the appeal memo, the first document, जहाँ भी है, about each 5 document है, तो आपको interpret और further नहीं करना है, further upload नहीं करना है, लेकिन कहीं पे हो रहा है तो
भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
हाँ, you have to bring it to our notice. आपकी बाकी है?
So, sir, during the course of first appeal, what happened was, at that time, Section 107 doesn't require payment of any pre-deposit. So at that time, in case of penalty only order, there was no requirement of any pre-deposit in case of first appeal. The provision got subsequently amended 107 as well as 112. By the time that amendment was issued, our this first appeal order was issued. At that time, no pre-deposit was paid. Now we are going to approach the GST. In this case, my question is whether we are supposed to pay 10% pre-deposit, which is required as per Section 112, or we will have to pay the pre-deposit under Section 107 as well, because somewhere the words are coming that 20% pre-deposit is required. However, in certain cases, it is not true.
So, I read it very clearly when I was in my session. That is why I just quoted what is written in the law.
So it is 10% only.
Very clearly say, yes.
Additional 10%.
a sum equal to 10% of the remaining amount of tax in dispute in addition to the amount. So if, I mean, when you are coming to the tribunal, the requirement is to pay 10% and plus, of course, whatever you admitted liability is there.
हाँ नहीं करेंगे
The doubt is tribunal, no, what he is asking is tribunal going to ask for what was to be deposited with the first appellate authority?
Not really. I am asking that somewhere it is coming 20%
No such, has any tribunal, nobody has taken that interpretation.
So please, yes, microphone दीजिए.
सर माई सेल्फ गौरव अग्रवाल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट. मेरी क्वेरी है कि हमारी अपील फर्स्ट अपील ऑफलाइन फाइल हुई बिकॉज ऑर्डर एंड शो कॉज भी ऑफलाइन था. नाउ बिफोर फाइलिंग GST अपील द डिमांड लेजर एंड ऑर्डर हैज़ बीन अपलोडेड बाय द एडजुडिकेटिंग अथॉरिटी बट अपील ऑर्डर येट नॉट बीन अपलोडेड बाय द कमिश्नर अपील लेवल. सो हाउ टू प्रोसीड विद इट विल बी ऑफलाइन अपील और इट विल बी ऑनलाइन?
क्या समझा नहीं. हमारे ऑनलाइन अपीलिंग होता है.
ऑफलाइन
नहीं कर सकते.
ARN अपील OIA ARN इज नॉट अवेलेबल.
अदर्स में करेंगे.
अदर्स में जाके अदरवाइज एडजुडिकेटिंग ऑर्डर इज अवेलेबल.
इसलिए कंफ्यूज कर.
यस उधर दीजिए. आप कुछ पूछना है?
Hello, sir. Advocate Pankaj Vashisht. It may sound funny, this question, in continuity to the pre-deposit one. We actually did not file at the time of APL 01 any pre-deposit. OIA came rejecting the appeal only on the ground of non-maintainability. Now, if I file with 10% pre-deposit before the gestate, will it be remanded back to the adjudicating authority for de novo adjudication? Sir, it may sound quite funny.
You want the judgment here?
So we move ahead and.
One suggestion, if that could be taken up, or whether it is possible to have it on the portal, as each and every appeal is to be filed via ID, which is of a registered taxpayer, right? Now, if a taxpayer has authorized a professional, whether it's a chartered accountant or a lawyer, to file the appeal, and the ID is already being created by that professional, although the taxpayer is also registered on the GST portal, that's not a difficulty. Can that be made changes to the portal that a lawyer or CA's ID complete appeal can be filed? Is it possible?
और नहीं. So it cannot be done by us because the law says that आप अगर पढ़ेंगे 112 and 110 and 11 जो rules का है, so it has to be in a particular prescribed way. Then has to be madam want to.
There are two separate rules. What Puneetji is mentioning.
हाँ.
One rule is for AR. AR is not authorized as per the rules to file the appeal.
हाँ.
He is authorized to hear, to go to the forum and plead on the behalf of the taxpayer. But there is a particular rule given there in the rules itself stating if I am let's suppose any person and I want to authorize him as to file the appeal on my behalf, that is not AR, that is a separate rule which is already there in 124 rules which have been given by GST. So you can authorize any person.
So that is to, I think that is an in-house company's person to authorize that.
Yes.
Ultimately the appeal will be filed with the taxpayer login only.
Right.
So that was, my question was only for the convenience sake because there are some industry issues which are coming only for the industry issues. Sometimes there are different
Understood. In the first stage of appeal, you already see how the system behaves, and that's as per the prevailing practice and how GST law is. Do we do it there? You know the answer.
Closing remarks. So we conclude by closing remarks दे देता हूँ फिर एक वोट ऑफ थैंक्स होगा, फिर चलेंगे. सो it was nice, very vibrant session of question answer. Like everybody participated well. थोड़ा कुछ बुरा लगा है एक दो को हो जाता है when you become 66-year-old and going against the current, swimming against the current, कोई थोड़ा इरिटेशन आ जाता है कभी कभी. तो प्लीज़ डोंट माइंड. जैसे आपके घर में बड़े भाई या चाचा जी ऐसे गुस्सा हो जाते हैं कभी कभी, ऐसे ही सोच लीजिए. जैसे मिश्रा जी भी हमारा चाचा जी हैं, पिताजी नहीं होंगे तो ठीक है, चाचा जी हैं, गुस्सा हो गए. ये तो विवेक जी तो डेली मेरे से चलता है हमारा. आज भी गुस्सा हो गए उनके ऊपर, वो भी आज बुरा माने. लंच के टाइम में मैं किसी से पूछ रहा था कि अभी भी गुस्से में है क्या मेरे ऊपर, कोई कभी बोल दिया होगा. तो हंस रहे हैं अरुण मिश्रा जी. वो बोले कि सर आपके साथ नमक भी खाए हैं और मीठा भी खाए हैं, और एक भूले आप तीखा भी खाए हैं मेरे साथ. सो कोई no hard feelings. I don't take anything to my heart. And I hope the 2-3 gentlemen who are not very happy with my answers will not take it to the heart. Among the panel speakers, see, question was raised regarding downtime. How much time? Supposing the question is repeatedly being asked, when at the last moment everybody starts filing, supposing we can take 8,000 cases, 8,000 login at one time, one go. That is what I have been assured by the GST NIC team, but till the system is tested, I'm not sure that it can actually take off 8,000 cases at one go. मतलब अभी 1 घंटा के लिए 8,000 लॉगिन करके फाइल कर सकते हैं, फिर it can go on rolling over हो सकता है. That is the reason we have decided that by the time it reaches 80% of the maximum capacity, it will stop taking further. We'll say that you wait. And queuing system करेंगे या एक token issue करेंगे, giving that this is the time for your filing. Secondly, if before 30th June there has been a login on your site for filing an appeal, and you have failed to file the appeal because of problems which is not within your reach, beyond your control, and you can give a statement that actually I have filed it within time, but because of the problem, such and such problem, it could not be filed, then we will consider that and will not hold it to be time barred. Lekin in case it is disputed by the other side, then the metadata has to be looked into, and the digital record has to be looked into. So we are very proactive in this aspect, and I am very happy to share that all my brother members at this principal bench and Delhi bench, Gurgaon bench and Ghaziabad bench, I'm sorry, brother and sister members of the these 4 benches, Delhi NCR, are very, very dynamic, very proactive, and in fact they have been handpicked, and I had a very major say in their getting the particular posting. And मेरा ये था कि ये मेरे पास जो जितने भी रहेंगे सब अच्छे रहेंगे. सो आप लोगों का तो सारे ठीक ही होगा, कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा. The second thing is that checklist, बहुत सारे issues हैं checklist में. In fact, we had a discussion before that 10th of June recommendation and resolution, this question also arose. But at present, we are not giving much importance to this anomalies that are present in this checklist. But it will be immediately looked into after 30th of June. But in the meantime, I was asking Brother Kapoor to make a list, at least whose are redundant ones that can be just ignored. You can just not applicable, then like one color scanning is asking. That is redundant because we are asking for a PDF file. Now, another question was suggested by Madam, optical control recognition and auto indexing. Optical control recognition मतलब face reading.
Control F करके अगर if I say Your Honors to please check and come to page number 35.
Okay.
So there is auto provision. You will click on the index and you will be taken to page number 35.
हाँ, नहीं हो सकता ना.
Actually, what she is asking it's a scanned copy in the image form.
हाँ.
Instead of image form, she wants in the readable form. So OCRC से convert करना है, but the question is कि OCRC कितना convert हो पाएगा document? 100% नहीं होगा.
वो एक्चुअली 80% से ज़्यादा कोई नहीं कर पाता है.
अच्छा, उसको वो हम ट्रैक 2 के लिए रखते हैं. अभी
अभी PDF फाइलिंग हो जाने दीजिए. अभी फाइलिंग हो जाने.
So there is also the question of additional evidence. Additional evidence. I just take 2 minutes in this thing. Additional evidence will be considered definitely, especially when we know that in many cases the first April authority has not properly heard the case. जैसे patiently सुनना चाहिए, and the proper officer has not properly heard the assessing SSC. So we will be हाँ. तो my brother is reminding me, एक सब कहते हैं तुम तो बड़ा स्टोरी सुनाते हो, बड़ा एनेक्डोट सुनाते हो बोल के, तो फिर भी एक सुना देता हूँ. So when I was a young judge, ADJ था, I attended a meeting, मैंने सेमिनार, ऐसे पीछे बैठा था, बड़े बड़े senior judges थे भी. In that, a chief justice of a high court spoke to us on question of how to judge a case. And in that speech, he told us, the district judges of 3 or 4 states के एक regional conference हो रहा था. He said that हमारे जो पूर्वज जज थे वो बहुत अच्छे थे, बहुत लॉकी थे, क्योंकि वो न्याय करते थे. हम अभी आ गए हैं 90s के लास्ट मैंने टर्न ऑफ सेंचुरी की जस्ट 1-2 साल बाद, हम और न्याय नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम निर्णय कर रहे हैं. We are not doing justice. We are deciding cases, deciding issues and cases. लेकिन हालत ऐसा हो गया है अभी, बहुत सारी जगह पे मैं देखा हूँ, मैं 3 हाई कोर्ट में काम किया हूँ, बहुत ऐसी जगह पे ऐसे हो गया कि ना न्याय हो रहा है, ना निर्णय हो रहा है, निस्तारण हो रहा है. No justice, no decision, dispose of the case. My brother is reminding me, 3 बार कर चुके हैं. हाँ, नहीं, हम निर्णय नहीं करें, हम न्याय करेंगे. क्यों नहीं कर सकते? करेंगे. और जैसे बोला था ना, अगर एक प्रॉपर ह्यूमन इफर्ट होता है, नॉट क्रिटिसिज्म, अर्जुन ने तो क्रिटिसिज्म पहला किया था ना, क्या आप इसको साथ युद्ध करेंगे, आप क्या बोल रहे हैं गुरुदेव। श्री कृष्ण वाज गुरु, सखा भी था, गुरु भी थे। तो उसमें जो लास्ट में संजय ने कहा, संजय तब भी श्योर था, अब भी है। क्या बोला था, जहाँ पे श्री कृष्ण और अर्जुन होंगे तहाँ ऑपुलेंस, राइचुअसनेस, विक्ट्री जरूर होगा। और आज भी संजय बोलता है कि टुगेदर वी कैन डू, यू एंड अस। थैंक यू।
Thank you everyone for the engaging interaction throughout the day. Thank you, Honorable Sir, for your valuable observation and concluding remarks. As we draw this enriching workshop to a close, I now request Shri Siddharth Gupta, Assistant Registrar, GST Appellate Tribunal, to propose the vote of thanks.
Before you start, actually he सूत्रधार है ये पूरा का. He has arranged.
Yesterday was his birthday.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable President, sir, honorable members, distinguished dignitaries, learned professionals, representatives of NIC and GSTN, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this national workshop on e-filing of appeals before the GST, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. I express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Justice Dr. Sanjay Kumar Mishra, President GST, for his inspiring leadership and guidance. I also thank Honorable Justice Mayank Kumar Jain, Shri Bala Subramanian K, Shri Rajiv Kapoor, Shri Priyank Bharti, IAS, Shri Manish Sinha, Shrimati Sangeeta Sharma, and all our esteemed speakers and panelists for sharing their invaluable insights and expertise. Our special appreciation goes to the teams of GST, Department of Revenue, NIC, and GSTN, whose dedicated efforts have transformed a vision into a robust digital platform that will strengthen access to justice and improve the ease of appellate compliance. The crux of today's workshop, I would like to say from our scriptures in a shloka which says, Uddhamen hi siddhyanti karyani, na manorathe, na hi suptasya singhasya, प्रविशंति सुखे मृगा. एफर्ट करने से ही हमें रिजल्ट्स अचीव होते हैं. अगर शेर सोता रहे तो उसको उसका शिकार नहीं मिलता है. सो विद दैट थॉट इन माय माइंड आई कंक्लूड दिस सेशन. थैंक यू वेरी मच. जय हिंद.
Thank you all for your gracious presence and active participation. On behalf of the GST Appellate Tribunal, we extend our sincere gratitude to all the dignitaries, speakers, participants, and the organizing team for making this workshop a great success. We are confident that the e-filing system and the learnings from today's workshop will facilitate the filing of appeals before the GST Appellate Tribunal in a more efficient, transparent, and seamless manner across the country. Thank you so much, everyone. We wish you a safe journey ahead and have a pleasant evening. Now, may I request Sir to close the ceremony, sir? No, sir. Now, I kindly request you stay for the high tea, please. Thank you, sir.
अभी 200 फाइल हो रहे हैं, 600 हो रहे हैं. हमने रखा है.
I don't know how many will be filed.